We're here to announce that the Rangers today have acquired Cliff Lee and Mark Lowe and cash considerations from Seattle in exchange for 4 players, Justin Smoke, Blake Bevan, Josh Lukey, and Matt Lawson.
With what General Manager John Daniels just said, we should be showing you a shot of sunshine and maybe a rainbow, but that's not happening. We've got rain and a rain delay at the ballpark tonight as the Rangers and the Orioles are hoping to play. The big news you just heard, the Rangers maybe have acquired the biggest pitcher they have acquired since Nolan Ryan in 1989. And along with Tom Grieve, I'm Josh Lewin. It is that serious. Welcome to Texas Ranger Baseball. We hope to have actual baseball for you eventually. But meantime, Tag, we can talk for at least a couple minutes about the magnitude, the gravity of what's happened here with Cliff Lee coming.
Yeah, it's a huge trade, Judge, obviously. And I think when you look at the Rangers ball club, an outstanding lineup, really good bullpen, some solid starting pitching. But the one thing the team lacked was that ace at the top of the rotation. And now they've got probably one of the 5 or 6 best in all of baseball. The other thing I like about the trade, instead of picking up the newspaper or listening to a sports show and finding out that the Red Sox or the Phillies or the Yankees or one team like that just acquired the key player, this time it was the Rangers that beat out the Yankees. And for the credibility of the franchise and for our fans, that's a huge day.
6 walks against 89 strikeouts. Are you kidding? I mean, those are fantasy numbers. That doesn't really happen. But Cliff Lee has done that this year. He's a proven commodity, like you say, won 4 games in the postseason last year. We hope to talk a lot more about Cliff Lee when there is baseball tonight. So please do stay tuned. We hope to have the Rangers and the Orioles for you. Meantime, Coach is coming up right here on TXA 21. Stay with us for that. And again, hopefully, Baltimore versus Texas before too long. the fever for the Rangers right now can't be diminished. A little wet weather is not going to dampen that. The Cliff Lee deal is done. They'll arrive with an 8-3 record. He's walked only 6 batters in about 104 innings, which is just incredible. He has struck out 89. And the Seattle Mariners going nowhere this year, Tom. They're looking to start building for next year, and they've got a great building block to start with. Justin Smoak is the key guy going the other way in that deal. The Rangers have called up Chris Davis. He has arrived. And there's a look at the guy who will wear number 33 for your Texas Rangers. There is the Benton, Arkansas native Cliff Lee.
He really is the one thing the Rangers don't have right now, and that's a legitimate number 1 starter. With him, now the rotation just gets a lot more solid. There's some real solid starters, but with Cliff Lee now at the top of the rotation, everything really starts to fall in place. It's a good trade for Seattle. Seattle helps to build for the future with the prospects they got. For the Rangers, they kept a lot of their really good prospects that they didn't want to trade. Doesn't mean the prospects they traded won't hurt a little bit down the road, but the combination of keeping some of the key guys they didn't want to trade and the chance to add a number 1 starter and give yourself a better chance to win was too great to pass up.
Yeah, that is the one thing that you were sure the cynics were going to say is, well, look, 19 times a year now you're going to have to face Justin Smoak. Blake Bevan might blossom into something, and he's a hometown product, but you got a window right now. All you got to do is be better than the Angels, and you are in this year. The Rangers haven't been in the playoffs since 1999. They're already 5.5 games up on the Angels. And yeah, you had to give up something to get something, no doubt about it. But the opportunity is here. It is now, and Cliff Lee will make at least, if he's healthy, Tom, 17 starts as a Texas Ranger. Could be 18, even 19 if he goes on 3 days rest down the stretch.
Well, and that's one reason why it's good to get him right now. A lot of the trades are made right at the deadline. But right now, you've got 3 weeks before the trade deadline. That could easily be 4 extra starts. And so those 4 extra starts that he could possibly help you win right now might be the difference at the end of the season. So that's why it's such a good deal, in my opinion, to get him right now and not wait to the trade deadline.
Scott Feldman's got to be here on the hoofbeats. Everybody's so excited about Cliff Lee. This is a guy that was supposed to be the ace this year, the opening day starter, 17-game winner last year, but it's been a struggle for Feldman. He's only 5-8, 5.51 ERA, and I guess notice is tacitly being served. He's got to get better now. The Rangers have some expectations. They are 5.5 games up in the West. They've added Cliff Lee, facing an Orioles team that beat him last night. We'll talk more about that in a moment. That was one of the drippiest, darkest, most disappointing losses of the entire year, and the Rangers trying to shake that off. Patterson, Tejada, Markakis set up Ty Wigginton, their all-star representative. Adam Jones and Felix P.A., Matt Wieters, the switch-hitting superstar catching it prospect, and Scott Moore, who had a homer yesterday, and Cesar Izturis. More information about the tall right-hander out of Burlingame, California, Scott Feldman.
Has had 17 starts, 132 hits in 101 innings. Opponents are hitting .316 against Scott. That's the 3rd most hits allowed in the major leagues. Pitched well against the Orioles. Pitched against the Orioles earlier in the season, 6 innings on May 20th. Gave up 12 hits and 4 runs in that game. In Scott's last 3 starts, opponents have hit .387 against him. And so what Ron Washington is looking for tonight is Scott to put that behind him and start a good streak right now.
Slinging in the rain as we get things going. 2.5 hours late. Strike 1 to Corey Patterson to begin. Patterson struck out 3 times yesterday, and the Orioles were behind 4-0 for a while. Tommy Hunter was on the mound. The Rangers' undefeated pitcher. It looked like it was going to set up beautifully. I'm going to test out that infield right away. Feldman lunging and didn't get him. Joaquin Arias is playing first base tonight, and he is not a first baseman by trade. A tough decision for him to make, whether to come in, whether to scramble back to the bag. He got kind of hung up, and it was all Feldman right there, and he just couldn't get him.
Yeah, and very difficult for an inexperienced first baseman. I think an experienced first baseman would have said, there's no way that Feldman is going to beat him to the bag. The only chance is to have Scott field it and throw it to first, and I don't think that would have worked either. I think Scott probably would have tried the same thing. Just one of those balls with a fast runner that was kind of destined to be an infield hit.
Chris Davis has arrived from AAA. The Oklahoma City team was playing in Round Rock, and he got here as quickly as he could. The rain delay actually helped Chris Davis, because now he is here and available. But with a lefty starter tonight for Baltimore, Ron Washington stays with the original plan for now to have Joaquin Arias at first base. A strike to Miguel Tejada. Chris Davis will be the regular first baseman going forward here, because again the big guy in the trade going the other way was young Justin Smoak. And as it turns out, Tom, his Rangers tenure only lasted about 2 months, but boy, we sure learned a lot and talked a lot about Justin Smoak.
Well, Justin's got an outstanding future. There's no doubt about that. Every scout that has watched him play feels he's going to be an outstanding player. But you have to give up something outstanding to get one of the best pitchers in baseball. That's just the way it goes. And it's nice to have Chris Davis hitting .340 in the minor leagues with experience at the major league level as the guy that you call up to play first base. He's an outstanding defensive player, and I think you can make a pretty good case without looking down the road and trying to predict who will be a better player, Chris or Justin, that right now the Rangers are better off with Chris Davis playing first base. He's got more experience, and he's a slightly better defensive player. Now, in the long run, that may not be the case, but again, it might be.
Runner goes on a muddy track. Tejada fouls it amongst the umbrellas.
But it's not like the Rangers traded their first baseman and are scrambling to find a first baseman. They've got a good, solid first baseman that can come up here and help the team win.
Justin Smoak will end up his Rangers career having played 70 games, hitting .209 with 8 home runs. 2 of those 8 home runs were against Seattle. One of them was a bomb at Safeco Field. And hearing the Mariners people talk today, Tom, they were adamant. I mean, they were holding off. They wanted Justin Smoak, and when that became available to them, they pounced on that. Slowly hit towards third. Michael Young gobbles it up. All day yesterday and even into today, the talk was that the Mariners were going to be dealing with the New York Yankees of all teams. If you look at the Ranger defense, Murphy, Hamilton, and Cruz tonight. There's the Ranger infield, and it's Benji Molina back behind the plate tonight. Just acquired about a week ago himself. To hear it told, I guess, Tag, that the Yankees did have a deal in place, and the report that was circulating today is that the Mariners got cold feet. They didn't like the medical reports they were getting back on the second prospect in that deal, a young second baseman named David Abrams. And who knows? I mean, if that ends up being true, the Seattle team doctor might be responsible for the Rangers getting Cliff Lee and being where they are right now.
Well, the other side of it is reading between the lines, listening to both sides talk about that trade. The trade probably doesn't get done if Justin Smoak was not included in the trade. And until sometime today, probably early in the afternoon, Justin's name was not in that trade. And it wasn't until Seattle heard that name that they said, okay, we'll make the trade with the Red Sox. Zach Zurinsik made it sound like he was one of 5 or 6 young players that they identified on all the teams they were talking to that could really sway them toward that team in the trade. And once they heard Justin's name, they decided they'll make the trade.
10 years minus 10 days ago, a trade that no one knew would be huge was made, and that was Michael Young coming here. 10 years minus 10 days later, a trade that everyone expects is already huge has indeed been consummated. And you know what's crazy, Tag? It gives the Rangers a record 6 All-Stars now, because Cliff Lee is going, and he's going as a Ranger.
Yeah, that's true.
Feldman taking some time getting ready here to go with Markakis. 2-1 the count to him. And missing away with Ty Wigginton, the Orioles All-Star representative, on deck. What a crazy turn. You know, last night we mentioned the Rangers blew a game against the lowly Orioles. And the news comes in that the sale of the team is in jeopardy once again. There's just a lot of bad karma. And then, oh wait, the Rangers got Cliff Lee. And all is right with the world again. Nelson Cruz is going to make the catch through the rain.
Good pitch by Scott. Markakis, a real good hitter, ahead in the count. Let the fastball get in on his fist. Jammed him for that easy out to right field.
Feldman having allowed 5 runs in each of his last 3 games. And again, approaching the All-Star break. Last chance to kind of get it right at the halfway point before bearing down and getting going when the games are going to really start to matter. Rangers have a lot of games still left against the Angels head-to-head. That will be their competition in the AL West. In on him, and Kinsler
jam shot
is going to make that catch. And yeah, Feldman, though he allowed that infield hit to Patterson, pitches around it. Kinsler will be hitting, Young will be hitting, Andrus will be hitting. All up against Brian Mattis when we come back. Has been traded to Seattle, and Chris Davis, who is leading the Pacific Coast League in batting average, once again is a Texas Ranger. He'll be expected to be in the lineup tomorrow, but not tonight. He's getting his wits about him in the rain right now. And the Rangers, after that 2.5-hour delay, now getting set to bat. Andrus, Young, and Kinsler, who's been on fire. Guerrero hitting .326. Josh Hamilton second in the league at .345. Molina and Cruz, Murphy and Arias. They got a young lefty, 23-year-old Brian Mattis, on the mound for Baltimore.
He's had 17 starts. The numbers don't look that great, 3-9, but remember, he's pitching for the Orioles. His start against Boston was a solid start, career high 8 strikeouts. Back on May 20th against the Rangers, he had one of his worst starts this year. Didn't get out of the 3rd inning, gave up 8 hits and 7 runs. But in his 17 starts, he's had 7 starts where he's given up 2 earned runs or less. So in a little bit less than half his starts, he's tuned up really fine games. He's a young pitcher, a little bit inconsistent, 4th pick in the draft a couple of years ago. So he's got really good stuff, good off-speed pitches, and the ability to throw a really good game. So you can't take his record for granted. He's had 4 starts where he's given up 6 or 7 runs, and that's skewed his ERA quite a bit. He hasn't won in the month of June. He's 0-4, but his ERA is 3.69.
The last one was a real good one against those Boston Red Sox. It's not an easy team to clamp down on, but he did it. PA, Jones, and Markakis for the Baltimoreans in the outfield. His Torres just made that play on Elvis Andrus. It's short. Matt Wieters, all kinds of talent back there at catcher. He's their future. I'll be pitching to the Rangers present right here. Michael Young leads the Rangers in base hits for his career. And that's going to be honored tomorrow night. Pre-game ceremony that will officially classify and recognize Michael Young as the all-time hit king. That number right now for Mike, 1769, the number of base hits in a Ranger uniform. Michael said it well after the game last night. Sometimes it just doesn't happen for you. The bullpen all year, of course, has been so good. Last night in the 8th inning, things kind of unraveled. Michael had to check, but yeah, he's allowed to go on down. Jerry Meals said so. Rangers had those 2 hit batsmen on 0-2 counts back-to-back in the 8th inning last night. Tom, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that. It's unusual to see batters get hit back-to-back anyway, let alone 0-2 counts by 2 guys who have been pitching very well.
Yeah.
Just one of those fluke things.
It was Baltimore's first comeback win on the road all year. They had been 0-29 when trailing after 7.
You just had a bad feeling in that game when the Rangers loaded the bases and didn't score with nobody out, and then had the men on the next inning, 1st and 3rd, and didn't score with 2 outs in that inning. Just had the feeling that the Orioles were getting back in the game, and it was going to be one of those games. It was going to be tough to win. Fortunately, the Angels lost, and the Rangers stayed at 5.5 games ahead.
Yeah, that is the good news. A little sliver of sunshine there. A 1-0 loss yesterday for the Angels. But boy, it was there for the taking. Juan Samuel, the interim manager of the Orioles, had to be proud of his guys. Kinsler rolls it into left field. And the Rangers will have 2 on for Vlad Guerrero. Boy, Kinsler's been unreal. He's hit safely in 15 out of 17. Batting average of .430 now during those 3 weeks.
That's not a bad pitch, really. Well, it is a bad pitch, as a matter of fact. It's right down the middle of the plate, 0-2. And Ian finds a hole between short and third. I thought, looking at it originally, it was down and in, but it got a lot of the plate for a pitcher who was ahead in the count.
Mattis was crushed when he faced the Rangers here in May, the shortest outing of his big league career. And the guy coming up right now had something to do with that. Vlad Guerrero hit a home run early in that game. Remember, Vladdy was pitched inside consistently last night. Almost hit 3 times. Mattis does it a little differently. He goes outside for strike 1. We were talking about this a bit on the broadcast yesterday. It's a fascinating dynamic. You've got Guerrero and Hamilton hitting consecutively. 2 guys who will be considered for the exact same 2 awards, MVP and Comeback Player of the Year. Right now, Vlad Guerrero, 8th in the league in batting average. He is 5th in home runs. He is 2nd in RBI. And no surprise, Tom, that most of those runs batted in right here in this ballpark. Vladdy's always loved hitting here. Little cue shot. That'll be a tough play, but it's made expertly by a part-time first baseman. Ty Wigginton's been playing second base and third base, and some first. Josh Hamilton will bat with runners at second and third now.
No bad hops, not hit very hard. Turns out they had plenty of time to make it.
Hamilton has hit safely in 28 home games in a row. All-time record for this particular ballpark. The old ballpark had Al Oliver once hit in 30 straight. With all this hitting that Josh has done, he is second in the league in batting average.
Lefties have hit almost 290 against Mattis this year. He's been better against righties than he has lefties.
Hamilton on one friendly hop to his tourists, and the Rangers strand a couple. In the rain, we are at the end of one at the ballpark tonight. No score. Go to the second inning, and for the first time this year, we get to throw it to our very good friend Gina Miller. What a night she has picked for her debut.
Let me tell you, Josh, nice and humid out here tonight. But I can't think of a better way for anyone who's a Texas Rangers fan to get involved with the Texas Rangers organization and get to play golf with their favorite Rangers players, former players, really. It's the Ozarka Alumni Texas Rangers Alumni Legacy Golf Classic. It'll take place July 22nd at Water Chase Golf Club in Fort Worth, Texas. All proceeds from the golf tournament benefit the Texas Rangers Foundation. For more information, you can go to texasrangers.com, and hopefully on that day, weather will be a little bit better than it is out here tonight. Josh?
Thank you, Gina. No doubt. July 22nd shaping up to potentially be a big day for the franchise. And again, today, the big news all about Cliff Lee coming to Arlington. A guy who was 22-3 2 years ago, won the Cy Young pretty handily. Of course, finished last year with the Philadelphia Phillies. They only won 2 games in the World Series, and Cliff Lee won both of those 2. And Tag, what about having a guy with playoff experience, a guy who's been in pennant races and kind of knows the score when it comes to that? I mean, are we overselling that, or is that really important?
No, I think it's important. Not only that, you get a guy who has been traded in the middle of a season for the express purpose of coming to the new team and leading them to the postseason. That's exactly what happened last year. So he's got experience with the exact same kind of trade going to a new team.
That ball whistles over a leaping Elvis Andrus, pegged by Adam Jones in the left. It's funny when you look at the history of Cliff Lee. The Indians got him along with Lee Stevens, Brandon Phillips, Grady Sizemore. Back when the Washington Nationals were the Montreal Expos, that was a Bartolo Colon deal way back in 2002. So he was a prospect in that one. But then, yeah, he became more like what he's being cast as in this trade with the Rangers. Going from Cleveland to Philadelphia, and then from Philadelphia to Seattle, of course, this past offseason. Inside to Felix P.A., who had a home run last night. The other guy coming over in that deal that the Rangers got, and this could be significant at some point too, the UTA product Mark Lowe included in that deal. Now Lowe's had a bad back this year, dealing with that injury. He may not be on the radar right away, but boy, that's the guy last year, Tom. His average fastball was something like 96 miles an hour, one of the best in the major leagues.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be completely healthy for spring training next year. He's a local kid, and be one more hard-throwing guy to really bolster the back of the Ranger bullpen.
Well, they are not exactly shy on hard throwers as it is, huh?
No, just one more great arm to have out there. That could be a significant part of the trade.
I think a lot of Ranger fans, when they heard today that the Cliff Lee deal was in the offing, for those fans that are so prideful of the depth of this minor league system, I think the first thought was, all right, which of the big-time prospects went the other way? Michael Young is going to track this, and foul ground has got a shot at a double play, but it skips by Arias. Oh, that's too bad. Jones was from first to second, back to first, and then ultimately to second, and we'll probably have to give that error to Michael Young, but obviously a ball that you're hoping Arias can at least stop from getting by.
It's not an easy ball to get. It takes a short hop. It skips on the grass. I mean, you'd love to see Arias be able to catch that ball, but he's trying to catch it and get the out at first base. And grass is a little damp, so it's not going to bounce exactly like you expect it to. It takes that short hop, so it's not an easy one, especially for someone who has played a lot of first base.
Swinging is Matt Wieters right away. Justin Smoke's high school teammate back in Goose Creek, South Carolina. They were supposed to be playing against each other in this series. Obviously, that's not going to happen now. Note the names in the deal. Of course, Cliff Lee is the big name. That's why his picture's up there. And you don't see the name of Mark Lowe, but that is the other guy coming over. Justin Smoke, Blake Bevan, the Irving High School product, Matt Lawson, and Josh Lukey. The names in that deal. And those two guys at the bottom, even though they're not big names necessarily yet, I mean, those are certainly guys that the Rangers thought very highly of, and you don't blame the Mariners for saying, yeah, we'll take those guys. And just to go back to the point to finish it up from earlier, Tom, you know, again, a lot of Ranger fans who are savvy about the names, the top names in the minor league system. You hear there's a Cliff Lee deal. I think there's just an assumption, all right, well, they had to have gotten rid of Holland or Sheppers or Perez or somebody like that. And I think a lot of Ranger fans, when they sit back and look at it, go, wow, that's a nice deal right now. That's inside to Moore, 2-1. in on him, and Scott Moore pops it in a shallow center. Won't even get near center. Ian Kinsler more near second base will lock it up. Feldman for a second straight inning allows one hit and nothing else. No score in Arlington. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota moving forward. Benji Molina leads it off in the rain in Arlington, and all things considered, pretty amazing we're playing ball tonight. Still a light, steady drizzle. And it's certainly not the prettiest night of the year in North Texas, not by a long shot, but at least the Rangers and Orioles are underway. That means they can play a single game tomorrow. And if all goes according to Hoyle, the Rangers and their fans will get their first look at Cliff Lee. Benji Molina thought to be the biggest name acquired by the Rangers until today. So far, 3 out of 17 since coming over from San Francisco. Benji hit into what turned out to be a key double play in that game yesterday, Tag. That really frustrating inning where the Rangers had the bases loaded, nobody out, and couldn't score.
Yeah, that was very frustrating. And as it turned out, a major part of the game.
Benji's going to take a walk. Second walk allowed by Mattis already. And Juan Samuel, as we mentioned, is the interim skipper of these 26-59 Baltimore Orioles. There's been a lot of talk that former Ranger manager Buck Showalter will get an invite to take over pretty soon.
They've been going through that interview process, it seems like, for a long time. So if they're going to make a change, they should be fairly ready to make it.
Cruz swings right away. That one's way up there. Is Torres for the first out of the second inning.
They threw a changeup on the first pitch, and Nelly wasn't fooled by it. He had a good swing at it. He just popped it up. I think Nelly, over the last week or 10 days, has seen some pitches early in the count. You go back to the first couple weeks of the season, if he saw that same pitch, it had been 420 feet to left center field. He's just not in a good groove right now. He's trying to battle out of it. And eventually it'll all come together for him, but his timing's just a little bit off.
Murphy getting a start against a lefty, but this particular lefty he's owned. homered the first time he ever faced Brian Mattis. That was in Baltimore last year. And overall, 4 for 5 is Murphy against Mattis. Again, Mattis coming off a 2-hitter through 7 innings at Boston. Had a season-high 8 strikeouts. Before that, had lost 9 in a row, dating back to April 18th. I guess that's one of the many ways you can describe how it's gone for these Orioles this year, Tom. To have one of their best young pitchers not win since April 18th. There has been what I guess you can call organizational demise regarding this Baltimore team. They're going to have a 12th consecutive losing season. Pitching's a big part of that. The last 4 years into this year, their combined team ERA was around 5.25. Boy, just 10, 12 years ago with Mussina, Kevin Brown, and that group, they were mid to high 3s. Again, way up there. And again, as Torres taking command, he will cross right behind Tejada. Put it away in foul ground. Of course, with the Orioles a full generation ago, it was Mike Flanagan, Scotty McGregor, those guys. Before that, Jim Palmer, Pat Dobson, Mike Cuellar. No one's asking for the reincarnation of all that, but you just can't be 5.25 every year for the ERA. That's where they are again in 2010. And by a full half a run a game, they are last in the American League. Strike one to the number 9 hitter in the order, Joaquin Arias. Fouled off his foot. Joaquin had the 4 RBI night just the other night, doubling his season total. Well, the Rangers got a lot of mileage, Tom, out of Arias and Blanco those couple games that they used the super subs to start. Tell you what, this crowd, all things considered, pretty good crowd. Waiting 2.5 hours for the game to start, and when it did start, it was still a driving rain. Could be 25,000 to brave the elements tonight. And that's not a bad place to be right there. You got some shelter. Brian Mattis getting it by Joaquin Arias, and that'll do it for the second inning. On to the third. No score. tonight. You can see the Rangers and the A's. And it's a free kid Tuesday. One free kid's a 13 and under ticket with every full price adult ticket that you buy in select seating areas. TexasRangers.com/eSavers is where you go to get those tickets. Patient Ranger fans tonight. Soggy Ranger fans tonight. Grounds crew did a great job getting this field ready. I guess it's become a Friday night July tradition, Tag. We wait 2.5 hours to get going on a Friday night.
Well, it's not ideal, but you've got a crowd on the weekend that has a chance to watch a big league game and see some fireworks afterward. Sleep late on Saturday if you have to. Good night for the concessionaire, though.
This is true. Fans trying to stay caffeinated, stay involved. Not a lot to shout about yet in this game. Been one Ranger hit, that from Ian Kinsler. His Tourist turns on one. He is not a power hitter, but he's going to send this one to the track at the wall. It is Nelson Cruz. That would have been one of the unlikeliest events going for his Tourist to hit one out.
Josh Hamilton hit the same pitch with the exact same swing and the same trajectory. It would have gone 2/3 of the way up in the upper deck.
That's just not what Cesar does. In his big league career, he has averaged a homer and a half per season.
So what's that like? One home run and a double?
One home run and what we just saw right there. Give him half a home run that. Patterson had that infield hit that started the ball game tonight. Saw plenty of him in spring training with the Mariners. And Feldman now has hit down 4 straight.
Got a great batch of brownies tonight from Jim and Ginny Wellman from Tyler, Texas. Appreciate that very much. They were long gone. We've got a great batch of cupcakes too. Brant Flanagan, sailor that we met last week. He and his family brought the cupcakes today. Thank you very much, Brant.
Tejada nailing that one out of play.
My favorite shout out of the year is this one.
What do you got?
And this is what they sent up.
Okay.
Group of ladies are here celebrating 52 years of friendship.
Do we know which group?
No. We know they're in section 233, but we don't have any names or what the group is. But ladies, you know who you are. And congratulations on your friendship. We want to be your friends, too.
Well, 52 years of hanging together. That's sounds pretty nice, actually.
It is pretty nice to be able to stay together that long. Remain friends.
Have you had friends from back in Pittsfield?
For 52 years?
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, my best friend, I've just about 52 years.
Would you like to write it on a note and I can mention it? Tejada, so I could write it on a note, or you could write it on a note, and we just tell everybody about it.
We played on the same state championship baseball team together, and we have a reunion it used to be every 5 years. Now that we're getting older, it's almost every year. So we celebrate our friendships at a baseball get-together, too.
Tejada, the one-time MVP in the American League, back with the Oakland A's. A shattered bat.
That's the softest line drive you'll ever see. Back to the pitcher.
Feldman just plucks it out of the air. The last of his 9 pitches in the inning.
It's a real good sign, 3 innings, that about 4 or 5 of the outs have been right off the handle, and that's Scott from last year.
Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Budweiser. With full flavor and a crisp, clean finish, it's what we do. The bottom of the third begins. The top of the order is up there. Elvis Andrus, who leads all big league shortstops in runs scored. He's been doing his job. He gets on base. And Young or Kinsler or Guerrero knocks him in. The Rangers have won 17 of 24. Even though they're trying to shake off the memory of that tough one last night. They stranded 11. Watch Baltimore come back on him. Tommy Hunter got a no decision after starting out so well. There's a first out in the bottom of the third. Tommy's ERA is now in the 2s. Tag, I guess it wasn't going to stay in the 1s all year. It was nice while it lasted, but certainly can't complain. 7 starts into Tommy's big league part of 2010 to have an ERA of 2.3 and nothing but quality starts.
Yeah, I really thought that last night was going to be a game where Tommy went 8 innings. The way he was throwing the ball, he was efficient with his pitches. Everything was working well. And he gave up a couple of home runs, but I think what hurt the most was the walk. First walk of the game was his last batter that he faced at a time where he still had a very reasonable pitch count. Well, based on the stuff that he had, it really looked like it was going to be a game where he pitched deeper into the game.
Michael Young has been on base twice. And tomorrow, when the Rangers are recognizing him for being the all-time hit leader for the franchise, that number will be at least 1770 now. Kinsler is the best in the American League against lefties. .444 batting average against lefties now this year. And if he can hit righties at, say, a 300 clip at some point in his career, there is no roof on this house. Turns on that one. And it's going to plop down near the tarp over there. Third best on base percentage in the AL now for Kinsler. Always has done well against the Orioles. He hit for the cycle against them last year. That's a game where he had 6 hits total, went 6 for 6. Another guy who's been clobbering lefties waits on deck. That's Vlad. .72 runs batted in for Guerrero. Got 64 for Hamilton now. Those are numbers where if you're in August, you say that's a really good year. Even in September, that's a high-quality year. But the fact that it's July 9th and we're throwing out numbers like 72 and 64 kind of underscores how great Guerrero and Hamilton have been. Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers continues to lead the majors in RBI, and he's got a really legit shot right now, Tom, as does Josh Hamilton at what hasn't happened in the AL in more than 40 years. That's a Triple Crown. Hamilton is 2.34 across the line. Batting average, homers, runs batted in. Cabrera is 1.31. Smoked in a left field. Kinsler to a lefty is just death.
He was able to get the fastball in on him on the little pop foul that he had, but he didn't get it in that time. He really jumped out and hit that ball hard.
.450 batting average now against lefties this year. And it's 2 on 4. Big bad Vlad. Inside to Vlad again. Take you back to the Kinsler at bat here.
Earlier in the count, got like a cutter or fastball in, jammed him with that pitch. He ain't shaking his head. He tried it again, but he didn't get that one in. He ripped that one into the outfield for a base hit. You can see the one that was on the corner, and that one was in the middle of the plate. Vlad's been struggling a little bit the last few games.
Yeah, I mean, 5 for 28. That's the stat. Although there's a better stat. Still's got 4 home runs during that time, but seeing a lot more swings and misses of late. When Vlad is really rocking and rolling, we saw that against Kansas City earlier this year, where he had 3 home runs in a stretch of 4 swings. When he is locked in, he is that good. He'll foul that one to the right side. And again, one of the 19 homers that Vladdy has this year was against Mattis in this ballpark a couple of months ago.
And pitchers over the last week have really been pitching him in. We've seen a couple come way too far in, but that's where they're trying to get him in.
He's going to turn on that one. Pound it in the crowd. If that's happening to a guy like Guerrero, Tom, does he even think about just even a half an inch giving, you know what I'm saying, just to move just that much?
Yeah, I don't know if he'd move off the plate. The one thing he can do is take the pitches because they're so far in, but that's not him either. I think he'll just keep swinging at him and eventually figure out a way to get the good part of the bat on him. I don't think a guy like Vlad is going to change anything. It's easy to look up here and say, well, that wasn't a strike, don't swing at it. But of course we know that's not Vlad.
That's Vladdy being Vladdy.
Yes, it is.
Swings at that one and he jerks it to left field. Up and gone for Vlad Guerrero.
Oh, I didn't think that one was going to go.
That is the essence of Vladdy being Vladdy.
Yeah, that's more like it. You know, it's the same old thing. You can make perfect pitches and get great hitters out. But they're up there swinging, and when you make a mistake and you don't get it where you want to, that can be the end result. Well, you got all-star players littered throughout the lineup. It's tough to wade through it. You know, he'd been getting the ball in. That ball's right in the middle of the plate. You might say, oh, it's not bad. It's on the lower part of the strike zone. To be low to Vlad, it's really got to almost bounce on home plate. If it's actually a strike, that's not low to Vlad. I thought that ball was going to hit about halfway up the wall, but he hit it so hard, even though it's a hooking line drive, sneaks right over the top.
And now Hamilton. We've told the story about Vlad before. We used to tell it when he came in here and destroyed the Rangers as an Angel. When he was growing up in the Dominican, the game that the kids would play in the neighborhood, they'd put a license plate down on the ground. And the idea of the game was don't let the ball or the rolled up piece of tape, whatever it was, don't let it hit the license plate. And if you could sweep that ball basically right off your toes, well, that's the point. Don't let it hit the license plate. And
I bet Vlad won that game a lot.
Well, I mean, right now, 30 years later or so, I mean, it's a flashback. He does it so beautifully and effortlessly. Because you're right, there's not a lot of guys that could take that swing at a pitch in that area and hit it the way he usually hits it. Hamilton Hamilton offered at it. Out number 2 in the inning. So,
Matt, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to say, Tom, keeping in mind the last year Vlad Guerrero had 15 homers and 50 runs batted in. He's now at 20 and 75 with about half the season still to go.
Yep, that's pretty amazing. Mattis only had 113 innings pitched in the minor leagues. He was the 4th pick in the draft. He was a college pitcher, polished, good command of a lot of pitches. So I think the Orioles figured he'd be a kid that would be ready for the big leagues quickly, but only 113 innings. He was 11-2, 191 ERA, so it was quality for those 113 innings, but that's not a lot of experience.
Molina rips one into right center. His 4th hit is a Ranger. And the Rangers' 4th hit of the inning. The Toyota on the road AL scoreboard. Minnesota's struggling. Detroit got him 7-3. Boston got out to a 14-0 lead in Toronto, won 14-3. Cleveland gets another home run from Jason Nix. He was a terror here. Well, the White Sox keep on rolling, and we'll keep you updated all night on the Angels and the A's. They're tied 2-2 in the 5th right now. The Yankees lead the Cliff Lee-less Seattle Mariners 1-0. Justin Smoke packed up and moved his stuff out of here. And that's always a tough one, Tom. The guy's coming over and saying goodbye to a guy they know and like very well. They're going to continue to root for Justin Smoke.
Well, it is tough, and you grow up in an organization, not that Justin's been in the organization for that long a time, but you get to know people, and it is uncomfortable when you have to leave. I think he's going to a really good organization. They haven't been a good team the last few years, but they're a good organization. It's a great ballpark, a great city. He's the key part of a trade. He's a young player. He's going to go there and play first and be a big part of their franchise. So I think ultimately it'll turn out to be a great situation for him.
And it made for kind of an awkward few minutes, I think, in that clubhouse, because I think all the Rangers players, to a man, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled to be getting Cliff Lee. And the guys were so pumped up about it. But, you know, Justin Smoke has just been told he's going the other way in the trade. And
that is awkward. You want to be happy about acquiring Cliff Lee, but you don't want to make Justin feel like you don't care that he's leaving.
That's right.
That is a tough situation.
But for a lot of these Ranger players, and I'm thinking specifically of Michael Young, who has still never been in the postseason, even though he's the franchise's hit leader, the thought that, wow, this organization finally, they hooked the big one. They got it done.
I just love that it's the Rangers that did it, and all the teams in baseball and people around the league are going, wow, the Rangers stepped up and did that. It's a great message to the fans. You hear the Yankees were going to get them, and instead of the Yankees being the ones that slip in on the Rangers, it's the Rangers that pluck the player right out of the hands of the Yankees, and I just love that. I can't imagine if George Steinbrenner were still running the Yankees that he wouldn't be on a rampage right now that the Rangers beat him out of a player.
Cruz lines it over the head of PA in left field. Benji Molina is going to be held at third. Benji's many things, but Benji's not going to tear towards home plate on that one. Nelson Cruz hit it so hard, and PA got it in so quickly that indeed Molina had to stay at third base.
Now, I wish Nelly got this ball up in the air a little bit. It's a hanging breaking ball, hanging slider right on the inside part of the plate. You hit it hard, just never got it up in the air. And it's 2 good swings in a row. He popped up a changeup, but had a good swing at it, timed it well, and he hit that cutter really well to left field. And that's good to see Nelly swinging the bat. Well, once he gets hot again, lineup just takes off.
Now Murphy, who flied to left last time. And I'd be fascinated, Tom, you're right, just to go back to your point, to read the accounts in the New York newspapers tomorrow. I think that point will be made, that if Steinbrenner was still in charge, George that is, there'd be so many heads rolling around there, it looked like a bowling alley.
Well, Mr. Steinbrenner, the Rangers had better minor league prospects. Better minor league prospects? Fire the scouting director then. But it really is how the Rangers were able to make that trade. They, over the last few years, have developed the best farm system in baseball. And one of the benefits is you bring those young players to your own team and that you have some to trade for key players. That's the whole purpose of scouting and player development. And when you do it as well as the Rangers do it, you're in a position to make that kind of a trade.
Joaquin Arias in a position now to get his second bases loaded hit of his homestand. Murphy draws the walk. Remember, the Rangers had already scored 3 runs this inning on the Guerrero homer. Then it was 2 out after Hamilton struck out. So they have simply hit the restart button. It's Molina, Cruz, and Murphy getting on.
Well, the other night, it was about the same score, same position. When Arias stepped up to the plate with the bases loaded and lined that ball to left field, I think the score was 3-1 at the time. And he had that bases clearing double to left field.
And Trevor Crowe went fully horizontal in pursuit of it.
Couldn't quite get to it, though. Oh, another spot for Joaquin to shine.
Again, with the knowledge that Chris Davis is back up and should be going in as the pretty much everyday first baseman from here on. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity tonight, and he works that count to 2-0. There is Crush, who did everything he needed to do down there at Oklahoma City. Didn't pout, didn't hang his head, just went out there and hit. Three and 0 the count. Matt Albers gets up in the Baltimore bullpen already. We're just in the 3rd inning.
71 pitches in the 3rd inning. That's not bad. A 354 average.
No.
403 on base percentage, slugging percentage.
Taking, and the Rangers get another run. Joaquin never had to take the bat off his shoulder.
It was about this time in the game that Mattis was gone the last time, back in May when he pitched against the Rangers. He went less than 3 innings.
And in his brief major league career now, the Rangers have been the team that's just worn him out. He's thrown about 11 innings against them. And he has now allowed 15 runs. There's the righty Albers getting ready behind that screen. All right, a chance to run away now. The Rangers, remember, yesterday built a 4-0 lead right around this time, and it did not hold. Andrus, who is 2nd in the league, hitting with runners in scoring position. That one's a strike. Boy, after 4 straight that missed to Arias, 2 that get in there to Elvis.
Yeah, it makes 2 perfect pitches. Drop that changeup right on the outside corner. This will be Mattis' 75th pitch. 41 strikes, 33 balls.
41 pitches this inning.
Wow.
Andrus, the 10th man to bat in the inning. Trying to avoid making 2 outs in the inning. Nicely done down there. You wait the 2.5 hours in the rain for the game to start. You got your foul ball. If the rain moves out, some fireworks after the game. And Cliff Lee is coming. What a night. Breaking ball is chopped right near the bag. That's fair. And that's the inning. But the Rangers do score 4 times. The big blow from Vladimir Guerrero, his 20th as a Ranger. What a season he's having. the rain, and now it is 4-0 Texas as we go to the fourth, and we say hello again to Gina Miller.
Hello, Josh. Definitely worth the wait, and let me tell you, if you come here tomorrow and Sunday, definitely good stuff lies ahead for any Rangers fan. First, 20,000 fans who get here tomorrow before the Orioles game get a commemorative Michael Young hat. Of course, he's being honored before the game for being the Rangers' all-time hits leader. Very cool hat brought to you by Coca-Cola and Walgreens. Porter, I'm giving that to you. And Lissy here is wearing a Vladimir Guerrero All-Star Game commemorative jersey brought to you by Sweet Baby Ray's Barbecue. Fabulous shirt. Who's your favorite player?
Ian Kinsler.
Ian Kinsler, although she's wearing the Vlad jersey. Porter, who's your favorite player?
Michael Young.
Perfect. He's got the right hat on. Guys, as we send it back to you, we have a message from all the fans here. You guys ready? Send it back to Josh and Tom. Are your ears hurting now, guys?
All right.
A little bit, but it's a good kind of hurt. Thanks,
Michael
Gina.
Young.
Yeah, as if. Shaw. Feldman to Nick Markakis. It's 2-0. Now, granted, Feldy had to hang out for a while, wait while the Rangers were scoring him those 4 runs in the bottom of the third. So it might be slightly rusty coming out here, but boy, you sure want to reward your offense with a shutdown top of the 4th inning. Line shot, that's foul. Markakis leading the league in doubles. Almost had his 27th of the year right there.
I think one of the good signs, and it's early in the game, and you want to see Scott be consistent over 8 innings and for a lengthy period of time. But early in the game, through 3 innings, he's done a good job with his cutter, jamming the left-hand hitters, and he's gotten a couple of his 2-seam fastballs off the hands of the right-hand hitters, too. So that's good to see. Good movement on that sinker, just a little bit out of the strike zone. So far, so good. And Scott's had times like this almost every game where you go, good, it's looking good. He just hasn't consistently been able to maintain it for 6 or 7 innings. Hopefully today will be different.
And again, last year, 17 wins, having started the year in the bullpen. This year, anointed the team's opening day starter. He pitched well on opening day, didn't win, but you didn't sense that anything weird was going to be happening. It just has not been a great year for Scott quite yet. And you've talked about it for a couple of games, Tom. Once he gets that sinker really sinking again, and the cutter starts breaking bats as it did all last year, you'll know that, yeah, that's the guy. Said we'd keep you current on the Angels tonight. They've taken a 3-2 lead in Oakland behind Joel Pinheiro tonight. Markakis will get his double after all, it would appear, unless Cruz can hustle it in real quick. Markakis, though, is just too fast. He belly flops in there with that double after all.
He made a lot of good pitches, but he couldn't put them away, and then Markakis got a good pitch to hit. He's a good hitter, and he hit it well. Didn't get that one inside where he wanted it. That was in the middle of the plate. But he came out with a 4-run lead, and after getting behind 2-0, I'm sure said, I'm not walking him. See if he can pitch around the leadoff double.
Pitched around a leadoff single in the first. Ty Wigginton, who had a very quick start this year. He had 13 home runs about 40 games in. He's had 1 home run since then. A couple of hits for him yesterday. Part of the reason the Orioles came back to win. They had been 9-37 on the road before winning that game last night. Very unlikely comeback. Rangers, of course, have been so good at home. In fact, 31-16 are the Rangers in their home ballpark this year. Only the 1996 playoff team was a shade better than that through this many home games. pegged in a right field. That's sinking down and skipping right behind Nelson Cruz. Baltimore will get on the board on a hot shot single by Wigginton.
That's some kind of play by Josh Hamilton. He backed that ball up in the middle of right field all the way from center field and held Wigginton to a single. It's a line drive that goes by the right fielder, and there you've got the center fielder backing that play up. Wigginton was all halfway to second base, I'm sure thinking he was going to get a double. You can see Josh shading him a little bit toward right center field and then sprinting back into the picture in the middle of right field to back him up and make a strong throw and hold him at first. That's why we say that Josh Hamilton is the best player in the league right now, because of things like that. The outstanding things stand out: home runs, RBIs, average, but all those little things add up too, and he does every one of them.
Yeah, throw in instincts and hustle, and you've got the complete package. Natural talent we were well aware of.
Taking the extra base, stealing a base when you need it, going first to third, all those little things he does.
Little things set you apart, I guess. The big things, you're right, everybody notices those. 490-foot home runs, for example.
Yeah, and you're still a great player with all those big things, but the thing that I think makes him the best player in the league is all the little things he does along with them. There's nothing out there that he's not doing at the highest level.
Strike carves up the corner to Adam Jones. We can say now, I think with authority, Tom, that it is not raining as hard as it was a couple innings ago. Starting to slowly work its way out, it would appear.
I think that's probably what was in the Rangers' mind when they started the game in a drizzle, was that it was going to get lighter and eventually go away. They were right. Very playable right now.
Towards the right field corner, Nelson Cruz is in pursuit. It bends foul. Jack Cust has just tied it up for the Oakland Athletics. The Angels and the A's are now 3-3. Rangers maybe will have another chance to get to 6.5 games over 500. Excuse me, 6.5 games ahead of the Angels. Missed on that chance yesterday. It would have been the first time the Rangers were that far out in front in the division since 1999. Breaking ball is fouled by Jones. He was an all-star last year at the tender age of 23. And since we're talking Mariners trades today, again, that's the big news. The Rangers getting Cliff Lee from Seattle. Adam Jones was a big part of what the Orioles got for Eric Bedard trading with Seattle. And Seattle has not gotten a lot of mileage out of Eric Bedard.
I haven't seen lately, but as of about a week or 10 days ago, they say Bedard was possibly close to being able to make a start after the All-Star break. Not sure if that's still true.
We do know it will be too little too late.
Yeah, I got to think if Bedard is throwing the ball well, it'd be another guy that they'd try to trade and get something for.
The Mariners, a wholly disappointing 34-51. They were kind of the trendy pick in spring training. Not by you. I got to point that out. You were on that early saying I don't buy it.
So far I'm 1 for 2. I didn't buy Seattle, and I'm not buying San Diego.
I know you keep saying that.
I'm looking pretty bad on San Diego right now.
You keep putting your foot down, and they keep staying in front by 3.
Yep, I started saying it when they were about 4 games over 500, and now they're going to be 16 after tonight. So much for that.
Cincinnati was another one where you figured it just wasn't going to hold up, but the Reds are 3 games up in the Central. As far as the AL West, it is the Rangers 7 up in the loss column and 5.5 up in that games back department. Feldman's got it. Wings it to second for one. Double play.
You see so many big league pitchers, even in the big leagues, make a bad throw to second base on that play. And Scott fielded it and made the play just like a shortstop. Got it perfectly accurate to Elvis and made his job easy, turning the double play. Big pitch. Get 2 quick outs after a little shaky start to the 4th inning. Makes a good pitch, gets the ground ball, helps himself out with a really nice fielding play, and gets 2 outs, nobody on.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wanted to watch that movie again from last night, where the Rangers were up 4-0 in the 3rd. Watch the Orioles come all the way back. Drops in the breaking ball to PA.
Scott had to reach behind him to catch the ball in the first place, and then wasted no time to throw a strike to second base.
I know that looks like Felix Pie, which would be really cool, but it's not. It's PA. And he squibs one up near 3rd. Michael Young gets his man. The Rangers lead the Orioles 4-1. Texas Ranger Baseball is being brought to you by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, moving forward. Michael Young set to lead it off, and tomorrow is going to be a big night. The Rangers will pay tribute to Michael in a pregame ceremony for all that he's done with and for the organization. And then when that's done, Cliff Lee takes the mound for the first time as a Texas Ranger. So
can't wait.
If you don't want to miss that, you must get online, TexasRangers.com, to get your tickets. Here's Matt Albers taking over for Baltimore. And for a second time in this ballpark this year, Tom, Ryan Mattis can't go past 3 innings.
No, he's going to be an outstanding pitcher. He's young. He's going to be inconsistent. He's going to tune up some good games, and eventually it'll all come into play for him, and he'll be a big winner for the Orioles. But, you know, tonight was just one of those nights.
Gives up the 4 runs, 3 of them on one swing to Vlad Guerrero. That line shot home run that just squeaked over the wall and left. Michael was on base when it happened. Slowly hit. Bare hand pickup, Tejada. Nice play. And Ron Washington in that Ranger dugout can appreciate it. All the ground balls that he would hit to Tejada in Oakland day after day after day to make him a better infielder. And years later, Miguel Tejada still getting it done.
Yeah, Miguel's got one of the more accurate infield arms you'll ever see. Still has the agility and the talent to make that kind of a play.
Tejada's fascinating, I think, Tom. He was a skinny, practically malnourished teenager when he signed with Oakland. His family was left homeless by Hurricane David when he was a kid. Moved into a shanty town in the Dominican Republic. His mom passed away when he was 13. His dad and older brother left town to try and find work. Tejada and another brother literally raised each other. And they played baseball when they could under the eye of a guy named Enrique Soto, who was trying to make a name for himself as a scout. He was kind of a taskmaster. He made Tejada into a good enough prospect. But about a year past his 16th birthday, there were no takers in the major leagues. And finally the A's said, what the heck, signed him for $2 grand just before his 17th birthday. And he went on to be MVP for them. Launched foul by Kinsler. And, well, I'm assuming he got it. Nope, other guy got it. Now bunting. And Albers slipping but still getting Ian Kinsler. Leaving the Houston native muttering to himself right there. Albers did make the play, but his feet almost went out from under him.
And the bunt is a little too close to the pitcher. Ian gets that ball down the third baseline with Tejada playing back. He's got a base hit. But because it was a little bit closer to the pitcher, Albers is able to spin and make a pretty nice play.
Vlad Guerrero, 2 of 3 lifetime against Albers, will take a strike. And we can now say that 2 of Guerrero's 20 home runs this year have been against Brian Mattis here in Arlington. The one tonight got the Rangers on the board. And because that was a 3-run home run, Guerrero has overtaken Miguel Cabrera for the RBI lead in the American League and the major leagues. Past Albers towards second. Rangers down in order in the bottom of the 4th, but they still lead the Orioles tonight after the long rain delay. It's 4-1 Rangers. We'll go play the 5th. brought to you by Blue Man Group in Vegas. For information and tickets, call 1-800-BLUE-MAN. Rangers wearing the blue tonight. Tomorrow it'll be up to Cliff Lee what jerseys will be worn. The starting pitcher gets to make that pick. And yes, Cliff Lee, that is the big news in baseball today, is a Texas Ranger, slotted to start tomorrow. So much for welcoming back Matt Harrison. Get a different lefty on the mound tomorrow. One that's a recent Cy Young Award winner. Matt Wieters at the plate. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated back in spring training. So obviously some hefty expectations for Matt Wieters. Going to line this one towards the gap in left center. Murphy gallops over to cut it off. And I don't mean his name was in the lower right-hand corner on that little white strip near his address. I mean, it was all about Matt Wieters and how he is going to save this Orioles franchise, supposedly. It's a lot of pressure. No doubt he's one of those has all the tools guys, like they said about Joe Mauer on his way up. Scott Moore at the plate with Wieters taking his lead. And that one's headed towards the gap as well. Wieters will slip and go down between second and third. He's hurt. Trying to get to third base. He wiped out. It's going to be second and third, but no way Wieters can continue here.
I thought he was limping earlier in the game when he came off the field.
Richie Bansells, the longtime trainer of the Orioles, out to grab Wieters and get him in that clubhouse. And Craig Tatum will pinch run and probably be the catcher for the rest of this series, the way that looked. Boy, he didn't look right there.
Well, in his first at bat, he flied out to center field. And when he was coming off the field, I thought he was limping then.
Well, looks like a hamstring. So Tatum now running at third.
Scott had been getting the ball in on the lefties or sinking it away, and to both of these guys, the balls are out over the plate. They didn't have much sinking action. They caught a lot of the plate, and they're both hit hard to left center field.
Cesar Izturis, number 9 batter, was a dynamo in the series against the Rangers. Little 2-game series here back in May. Had 5 hits in those 2 games. Young in towards the grass at third. Another one towards left. Elvis Andrus going back on it. He's got it. It's a nice first out to get. I'll take you back to Matt Wieters trying to run those bases. Right there.
Yeah, he felt it right when he touched the bag. He did all he could do just to get to third base.
What are we going with right now? Steady drizzle? Is that how we describe the conditions?
Yeah, I guess you gotta have to call it a drizzle. It's barely raining. You know how you can tell? Look at the helmet. If it's raining hard, you'll see water dripping off the helmet. And when you look at the batter's helmet, you don't really see any water on it.
That is a good gauge.
So I don't think it's really causing much problem. Only, the accumulation of even a little bit of a mist like this over a couple of hours will begin to make the field get a little bit wet.
Now the Orioles, among the things they're not doing well, is hitting with runners in scoring position. This thing's got a shot to drop, though it does. Tatum will score. It's going to be first and third, and again, here come the Orioles. It's just like yesterday, where the Rangers got up 4-0, and the Orioles started to chip back in it. That ball wasn't exactly blasted, but that's the second hit tonight for Patterson. And again, one of the big things that you notice this year with Feldman is how many of the pitches are just staying up. He has now allowed the most hits in the American League. However, you've got a guy that hits into a ton of double plays coming up next. That is Miguel Tejada. He helped the Rangers out by banging into a double play yesterday. You said this yesterday, Tom. He puts the ball in play like nobody else. Last year, he walked 3% of the time, struck out only 7% of the time. So otherwise, 90% of the time, he's putting the ball in play somewhere.
That's pretty good.
So Dustin Nippert getting ready for the Rangers.
Last night, Ranger pitcher struck him out a couple of times, which is unusual. Tommy Hunter got him with a good fastball tailing away from him.
Well, the pitch count certainly isn't any kind of issue for Feldman. Normally you'd say this is real early for somebody to be up in the bullpen with only 65 pitches thrown, but there have been times this year where Feldman has just kind of let things slip away, and Ron Washington is cognizant of that. If Feldman continues to get in trouble here, he'll have what they call the quick hook.
Yeah, this is not about pitch counts. This is about results right now.
Yep. And it's disappointing because, again, you're staked to a 4-0 lead. Bottom third of the order got this going. But again, still a hard hit ground ball away from getting out of it right here. If Feldman does win it tonight, that would be his 6th win of the year. Rich Harden, the other guy that was supposed to be the mainstay from the right side of the Ranger rotation, he's had only 3 wins this season. And I think that becomes a talking point this year. You know, here are the Rangers trying to go to 6.5 up in the West. They've just brought in Cliff Lee, looking like they're in great shape to make a run, and they're doing it with only 8 wins from the 2 guys that everybody thought would be the guys they'd be leaning on, Harden and Feldman. Runner going from first, and the ground ball back to Feldman. He can only get the 1 out. Second time he's gotten a comebacker, though, and that was nicely placed. Nick Markakis will bat with a chance to tie this game or even give the O's the lead. Remember last inning, Markakis, a long at bat, had 2 strikes on him for a while, and finally belted one in the right for a double.
Might have been able to turn 2 if he wasn't going. If he made the same throw, same play he made last inning on Adam Jones, they probably would have been able to if the runner wasn't running. A little powwow here, probably to discuss first base open. Markakis hitting. Although Wigginton has been swinging the bat pretty well in this series as well. He's right behind Markakis.
Tag, a quick reminder, the Rangers and Orioles all the way through Sunday, right before the All-Star break. And if you bring the whole family out to one of these games, tomorrow or Sunday, you get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 Cokes, a parking pass, and $20 worth of tokens in the sports park for as little as $60 with the total family ticket plan. TexasRangers.com or 972 Rangers. 2 ways to lock that up. Nice crowd expected tomorrow night, no doubt. The Michael Young cap giveaway, the Michael Young tribute before the game, Cliff Lee's arrival. And then Sunday, the afternoon game with Vladimir Guerrero t-shirts being given away. First one is right there. Strike one to Markakis. Well, Baltimore actually out hitting the Rangers right now, 7-6. And they've got the tying man at second base. On a humid, rainy night. It smells like a wet dog, doesn't it? It's got that very distinct smell to it.
Unusual night, middle of July, 73 degrees.
A loyal Ranger crowd turning out tonight. Sit through the rain and watch this first place ball club. Ground ball, second base.
Attaboy, Scott. That's a way to bear down and get out of it.
Yep, I'm sure he saw Nippert warming up there in the bullpen at some point. The Rangers never do go get the reliever. They stay with Feldman, and the Rangers stay on top. Texas Ranger Baseball on TX 821, brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Rain delayed Friday night baseball. Josh Hamilton at the plate. And after the 2.5-hour wait to begin the proceedings tonight, the Rangers do have a 4-2 lead. Craig Tatum is in for the injured Matt Wieters. Tatum pinch running in the top of the inning, scoring that second Orioles run of the night. Hamilton, this one pinballing off of Albers. Torres is not going to get a belly flopping Hamilton. And
that's the weirdest ground ball we've seen this year.
Josh now has hit safely in 29 straight games in this ballpark.
What did that hit, the rubber?
Either that or the shoe of Albers, and it just spun way up in the air right to Torres, who was still going to try to throw and get Josh Hamilton, who was taking no chances. He was diving in there.
That was definitely headed right straight up the middle. Let's see what that hit. Yeah, I think it hit his back of his foot.
Then it was like a fly ball to Torres. All right, so Josh has hit safely now, tagging 30 of his last 31 games overall, which is unbelievable. And in terms of home games now, 29 straight. Got a .416 batting average during that time. On the Ford leaderboard, Al Oliver, we mentioned earlier tonight, back at the old ballpark in 1981. The only guy with more than 29 in a row.
One thing the Rangers didn't do last night is add to their lead after they scored 4 early runs.
And it cost them.
Yeah, you'd really like to see the Rangers just keep tacking on. The Orioles, at least in the first game and so far in this game, have shown that they're not just going to die. They're going to keep pecking away themselves.
Molina, though, is going to roll one right to his tourist, and this will be the easiest double play they turn. One pitch to get 2 outs. The Rangers ended up stranding 11 last night. They've already stranded 6 tonight. Now have hit into that double play. Well, Tag, hopefully the double that Nelly launched in the 3rd inning was the beginning of some kind of tear. He had been 3 for 21 before that hit. And the way he squared up on that, it kind of looked like, all right, that's the Nelly Cruz that was swinging the bat back in April. Remember, Nelson started the year with 7 homers in his first 11 games. Speaking of homers, Torrey Hunter, a 2-run shot for the Angels, who now overtake Oakland 5-3 in the 8th. This Baltimore bullpen is taxed. About 16 innings in 4 games into tonight. And they're going to need 5 or 6 innings tonight.
That's why they've got 8 guys out there for tonight. An extra bullpen guy.
Well, Albers is doing his thing very well. 2 scoreless innings, keeping the Orioles hanging around. It's 4-2 now at the end of 5. On a wet Friday evening here, and Sunday at the ballpark, hopefully drier weather. It will be a Dryer's Ice Cream Sundae. Also a Vlad Guerrero t-shirt giveaway. The first 20,000 fans that day get the Vladdy Texas t-shirt. Compliments of Sweet Baby Ray's. TexasRangers.com or 972 Rangers. The 2 ways you get your tickets for Sunday afternoon. 2:05 game. There was never a doubt that Vlad Guerrero was going to become insanely popular as a Ranger. But the heights that he's reached already, I don't know if anybody, except maybe Vladdy, forecasted 86 games along, he would already have 75 runs batted in. Wigginton knocks one out of play. Nice catch, sir. 24,216 at the ballpark tonight.
I think what happened, Josh, that's probably how many tickets were sold. And it pretty much eliminated the walk-up with the rain. I bet you there would have been close to 30,000 tonight.
That's too bad. Back-to-back Fridays, fireworks Fridays with 2.5-hour rain delays to get going. Elvis Andrus drifting along with this one and will make the catch to retire Wigginton.
Well, those two good outs, Markakis and Wigginton, have been swinging the bats well. Especially Markakis, second and third. 2-run game. Got him to ground out to second. That's a big pitch by Scott.
Confidence booster for him, right? I mean, there have been innings this year where he just can't quite clamp down.
Well, he got in trouble the last inning to Wieters and Moore by just getting a couple of balls out over the plate. Then came right back and started making his pitches again. I mean, even the hit by Patterson that drove in a run was a good pitch. It kind of jammed him a little bit.
First one right in there to Adam Jones. Yankees lead the Mariners now 5-1. Mark Teixeira, who is not going to the All-Star game, has a home run. No one seemed to baffle Adam Jones.
Good ball. Scott's got a good pitch count, Josh. Only 75 pitches, so if he can keep throwing the ball well, he can save the bullpen a couple of innings tonight. Kind of the same situation Tommy was in last night. Close game, good pitch count. Couldn't sneak out of the 7th inning, though.
They're talking about the Vlad Guerrero t-shirt giveaway on Sunday. C.J. Wilson will pitch that game. And the TCU product, Jake Arrieta, will go for the O's at a Plano East before TCU. He's going to have a huge rooting section here. And again, tomorrow for the Rangers, Cliff Lee to make his Ranger debut. I'll tell you a team that could have used Cliff Lee, Tom. I'm looking at the Minnesota Twins right now. They're sliding. They lost again tonight. The Tigers got him 7-3. Beat up on Francisco Liriano. Got him for 7 runs in the first 2 innings. Verlander goes to 11-5. Another one spooned up into the air. Arias will give it a look.
Oh, man.
Got to love these fans tonight. 24,000 plus. It's been raining on them all night.
Kids definitely don't mind the rain. They get to wear those cool ponchos.
Did he? Yes, sir. Adam Jones are gone.
That was a good pitch. That's the sinker in on the fist to the right-hand hitter that's been missing this year on any kind of consistent basis. And if Scott can start to throw that consistently, then he'll be back to getting the outs he normally gets. The ball really comes in right on the fist. It wasn't a strike, but the movement tempted him, and he couldn't hold up on the swing. And there's a good cutter in the jammed him.
Except PA apparently fouled it off his foot. He's going to insist that that's what happened. The Rangers are off the field.
Either that or he pulled a groin trying to get out of the box.
You know what? You're right. I think that is what happened. That is a legit jam shot foul ball to end the inning, and PA might be the second injured Oriole of the night. They've already lost their catcher, Wieters. And PA, one of their hottest hitters, is hobbled now. 4-2 Rangers, bottom of the 6th coming up. by Sonic. The jackpot worth $300 and dinner for two at Sonic. The Rangers hitting for Colleen Gray of first. If a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, we're giving away $25,000. You can register at any North Texas Sonic restaurant. Felix P.A. injured, trying to leave the batter's box a couple minutes ago, so Jake Fox will come on. And to take over in left as Matt Albers gets out there for his third inning of relief work tonight. The Houston native will face a Houston native, David Murphy, to the plate.
And Albers pitched 2 innings, only thrown 19 pitches.
Ryan Mattis was chased away after 3 innings of work, gave up 4 runs, 3 of them on a Vlad Guerrero homer. A clothesline shot to left field. Boy, suddenly it's not looking that shameful, Tom, when the Rangers lost to the White Sox 2 out of 3. They won again today, 8-2. As you look at Chris Davis now, on deck circle and ready to hit for Arias.
Hello.
5-5 tie, Angels and the A's, as we continue to update scores for you. 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th against the Angel bullpen for Oakland. Murphy draws another walk. That's 2 of those tonight. And welcome back Chris Davis now. He was supposed to be playing in Round Rock tonight for Oklahoma City.
Fans recognize it before the announcement. Isn't that nice?
I think it's a combo here, Tom. I think it's welcoming back Chris and also the acknowledgement that the reason he's here is because Justin Smoke got dealt away in the deal for Cliff Lee. Nothing against Justin Smoke.
No, I think that's probably true, but I think Chris has a lot of fans, and I think fans are glad to see him back. And you got a right-hander out there, so it makes sense for Chris to hit. But the big thing is you've got a lead late in the game, and Chris is going to go in for defense anyway. Excellent numbers. 960 OPS, leading the league in hitting.
Murphy goes. Davis swings through it. The throw down by Tatum is not in time. David Murphy on that slippery infield is able to gun the engine, get into second base, and get his 4th steal of the year. And keeping in mind that Davis was the Rangers' first baseman the first 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks of the season. He was dispatched, hitting in the 180s. Up came Justin Smoke. He ended up at 209. And I'm sure we'll be seeing Justin plenty down the stretch, because it looks like he's going to be the starting first baseman for those Seattle Mariners now. Rolled foul up near first. Gary Pettis will make the play. Davis taking, and that misses away. Not exactly challenging Davis yet. Everything down and away. And so's that one. Top of the order, Elvis Andrus waits on deck. And again, Davis brought back, hustling to get here tonight. Smoke and 3 minor leaguers dealt to Seattle to bring in Cliff Lee and Mark Lowe. Announced officially at 5 today. Slow roller. Devers hustling towards the bag, and he's there. Found the corner of that base. Murphy takes third.
Yep, and the good thing is you're down 0-2, and you're able to make contact. Tough pitches, hit the ball on the ground to the right side, and move that runner to third. Now you got Elvis up there to hopefully add on a run.
Before that happens, we say hello to Gina Miller.
Hello, Josh. You mentioned the rain delay that was almost 2.5 hours long. I don't know if anybody had more fun than these guys. Dan, how did you spend your time during the rain delay?
37 hot dogs, and I love the Arlington Highlands.
And I can tell he's had quite a few. He would win a contest. Okay. Sunday, the Rangers are honoring their All-Stars before the game. This is Ian Kinsler's actual BP jersey he will wear next week. It's a great, very cool jersey. He will wear it next week in Anaheim. Also, big day for Ian Kinsler. He is taking part in this promotion to show growth charts. You can get these at the TexasRangers.com website. You can get them at local Berkshire's locations. It's a growth chart, and it has health tips for kids at various stages of their youth. So you can check out the growth chart. Proceeds from that benefit the Texas Rangers Foundation. Good day for Ian Kinsler for helping some kids out. Good night for these guys, let me tell you. They've had a lot more fun than they probably should have tonight. Josh, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Gina, thanks. Andrews having popped to first base. Leaves the inning to Michael Young. Hustling down the line, and he is out by half a step. And the Rangers let a great chance go by. There was so much of that yesterday. And you hope it doesn't come back to bite him again tonight. 4-2 at the end of 6. Rapid rewind. See what's new from AT&T. Visit AT&T for details. Tonight's AT&T Rapid Rewind. We're in the top of the 7th. Scott Feldman is still on the mound. There was action behind him in the bullpen back in the 5th. But he pitched through that and the 6th and now opens the 7th.
Yeah, I think Ron was ready to bring in another pitcher if he needed to there. But I think Scott changed his mind for the 7th inning when he struck out Adam Jones on a cutter and then jammed PA with another one.
Chris Davis stays in the game. As expected.
Actually, Adam Jones was the two-seam fastball that jammed him. So 2 pitches, the ones that make him tough when he's pitching well. The cutter, the two-seamer that break in opposite directions. He finished strong in the 6th inning, and Ron said, hey, I like the way you're throwing. Go back out there for the 7th.
Craig Tatum came in when Matt Wieters strained his right hamstring. That's the official medical report we get. He'll be reevaluated tomorrow. It's a 7:05 game tomorrow. Actually, a little later than that. Pushed back to around 7:20 because of the pregame ceremony to honor Michael Young. Feldman will get his third comebacker of the night. And, you know, another thing that Scott's doing very well, Tom, is he's finding that strike zone. He's thrown only 29 balls tonight. Here he is in the 7th inning.
Yep, hasn't walked anybody. And since Patterson had the bloop single for an RBI, he's retired 6 straight, and none of them have been close to hitting a ball hard. He really liked that.
Scott Moore had a home run yesterday, that off Tommy Hunter. Well, a bit of a concern right now, even though the Rangers are up 4-2, just because we so recently saw this happen, is that the Rangers have had a lot of opportunities to get more than 4 and misfired on those opportunities. You're hoping it wouldn't matter yesterday, but because the Rangers gave up 3 in the 8th, it did. That one drifting outside to Moore. Former Cubs prospect going to line one foul.
Whoa.
That's a cool looking Rangers captain tonight.
Incognito. I didn't know who it was.
That's his tribute to the Fonz, I believe.
Ah, okay.
Now he will sit on it.
Pretty
outside.
Cool.
Yeah, reasonably cool. I'm no judge
for a horse
or jury, but yeah, for a horse, absolutely. He's going to hit that jukebox, and the theme from Mr. Ed will play. Curveball struck him out. That put-away pitch with 2 strikes on a batter. That's something that's eluded Feldman sometimes this year. Not that time. 7 straight retired by the big right-hander.
Good curveball right there. You know, one thing I think Scott has done today, he's thrown fewer curveballs. The last few games he's thrown a lot of curveballs, and I think he's getting back to being more of a cutter-sinker pitcher today, and that's a good thing.
There's a curve for a strike.
Use the curve, but don't rely on it. If Scott's going to get back to where he was last year, he's going to do it with his sinker. He's going to do it with his cutter. Those are his 2 main pitches, especially the sinker. He's got to get the sinker back. And there's a good sinker, and all it is a little soft line drive.
Scott Feldman, and there was a worry there that maybe he wouldn't get through the 5th. He is now through 7. We are at the stretch, and the coolest horse in town will tell you it's 4-2 Rangers. Dakota moving forward. Now the Ranger fans, so many of them, working their way through the rain tonight. They've been rewarded for their patience. The Rangers lead 4-2 as we get to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Tom, a new pitcher coming on for Baltimore, Koji Urahara.
Well, I think the Rangers are glad that Matt Alberts is out of there. 3 innings, 1 hit, nothing really. A walk and a hit's all he gave up. Nice 3 innings of relief.
First native of Japan to sign with the Orioles. 8-time Japanese All-Star, but obviously an unproven commodity over here. Just had a tough time staying healthy in these United States.
He hasn't been able to stay healthy, but he has been able to grow some sideburns.
This is true. Kinsler's going to line to left. Well, you know, we just saw Rangers captain dressed like the Fonz. He had a pretty good set of sideburns, as I recall.
Yeah.
I think that's why the Hooper triplets liked him so much, Dag, was the sideburns. Only thing I'm confused about, it's 60s music tonight, right? It's the fireworks theme.
Uh-huh.
Vlad Guerrero sends one up in the air to right. So is the horse simply a decade off, or is there another promotion that we're not
Something
aware of?
else going on? I don't know.
Or maybe he just really likes those clothes.
Yeah, it could be. Just felt like coming to the ballpark like that tonight. I don't know.
Well, tomorrow night when we're back on Fox Sports Southwest, we can have Jim Knox go interview Rangers captain and get all the news.
Maybe it's a young horse who just really doesn't know whether Fonzie was in the 50s or 60s. I'm making the call right here. We need a run.
Well, this is just the guy to do it.
And he is just the guy to do it. A little red thing that he wears on his thumb is to cushion the vibration, which can cause a bone bruise. And after you've had a full season, very few guys don't have soreness between their thumb and their fingers right down there. Must not have been comfortable with it because he just took it off. It's a valuable thing to keep the vibration from hurting your thumb, but it's very uncomfortable at first to get used to it.
Well, it's not a home run, but it's a second hit of the night to left field for Josh Hamilton. And we'll have to check and see now if he is past Miguel Cabrera or not. One of those two guys is going to lead the league in batting average tomorrow.
That was a pretty good pitch, a little bit outside. Josh hit it toward the end of the bat, served it out there for a base hit. And Benji up there. Spot where Josh might try to steal a base.
There is strike one to Molina.
Josh is 6 for 7 on the season stealing. He really doesn't steal just for the sake of running, but he does run occasionally when it's a meaningful base, and you know this would qualify right there if he does feel like going.
He's going. Good call. And he is going to take that base without a problem. Tatum couldn't really handle the ball anyway.
You know, if all Josh wanted to do was see how many stolen bases he could get, he could steal 30 bases. As it is, he'll probably steal 12 or 13, and almost all of them will be meaningful steals. Right now, the Rangers haven't scored in a few innings. They've got a 2-run lead. You're trying to add to it. You've got a couple of outs. Steal a base, trying to get into scoring position, maybe scoring a single right here from Molina.
You don't think of guys as big as Josh Hamilton as true base stealers, but Dave Winfield, for example, he weighed, I think, 220, 225. He had more than 200 stolen bases. Kirk Gibson, in his playing days, was probably 215, 220.
One big guy that I don't think he stole that many, but he had the speed, was Bo Jackson.
Yeah, no doubt.
Didn't have the technique, though, or really the instincts to be a base stealer, but boy, he had the speed and the size.
He could go 99 yards to the end zone. We know that.
He sure could.
That All-Star game coming up in Anaheim, we're reminded that Bo Jackson, of course, famously hit that long home run on the tarp to lead off for the American League in that All-Star game in '89. He also had a stolen base in that game. That doesn't happen a lot. Go to the All-Star game, get one of each. Down too low with Nelson Cruz on deck. Rangers trying to get to Koji Uehara out of that Baltimore bullpen and pad this 4-2 lead. Molina down on strikes. Off-speed stuff from Uehara, and we are now at the end of 7. Rangers still lead by 2. Still on the mound. Our Honda flashback moment of the game. One big swing, really the difference maker. That is Vlad Guerrero with home run number 20. ShopHonda.com. That is that Honda flashback moment. As we continue on Friday Night Baseball here on TXA 21, Josh Lewin, Tom Grieve, Gina Miller. And yeah, Vlad Guerrero now with 20 homers, 75 runs batted in. Huge year. And what is now a light rain. Scott Feldman goes after the top of the order. They're going to stick with him here. He's at 92 pitches. That's not a lot.
Oh, that's a good pitch right there. That's his cutter. It's been pretty consistent for him tonight. I think you got to feel pretty good about sending Scott back out there for the 8th inning. He's retired 8 straight. First 2 strikeouts of the game. Made a lot of good pitches in the last 3 innings.
That one, though, is golfed in a right. And again, here come the Orioles. This time it is Corey Patterson with a double.
He went with the curveball. The problem with the curveball is if you keep it down, it's fine. But when you hang it, it's a very hittable pitch. And this is a hanger right down the middle of the plate. And I think the one thing that Scott has done in the last 3 innings, he's mixed up his pitches well. He has used his curveball and had some success with it. But I think the key for him has been an improved sinker and an improved cutter. definitely improved command of both of them.
And Patterson, meantime, after striking out his first 3 at-bats of this series, is now 4 for his last 5. The Rangers have Darren O'Day and Neftali Feliz getting ready right now. They figure it's O'Day first. And a good guy to try to induce Miguel Tejada to keep the ball in the infield. You don't want to see Tejada drive one somewhere. This crowd appreciates Feldman tonight. His teammates do, that's for sure. 4-2 is the score as he leaves them out. Hits allowed. His control was very good tonight. And now he's got to hope that Darren O'Day can help him out of this. Runner at second base, nobody out. Darren's been incredible. Last 14 appearances, 14 shutout innings. ERA has gone from 2.61 down to 1.57. And in the last 46 at-bats against Darren O'Day, 5 hits. But this is a challenge. You've got Tejada and then Nick Markakis. And the guy with speed with the lead off at second, that's Patterson. These Orioles, Tom, have won consecutive road games only once the entire season. And a rally would make that happen for them tonight. They rallied to win yesterday 6-4 for Juan Samuel. And O'Day trying to make sure there's no rally coming tonight. Tejada takes a swipe at it, and it's up into the crowd at 24,000 plus.
The Rangers have 8 hits in the game, but 5 of them came in the 4-run third inning. So other than the third, Rangers haven't done much in the other 6 innings. They did leave a man on third base after being there with 1 out in the 6th inning, though.
Outfield deep for Tejada. He could quite easily bloop one in between the infield and the outfield here.
Looked like a pretty good pitch.
By the way, in the top of the 10th, an Eric Ibar homer as the Angels on top of Oakland.
Off Andrew Bailey, their closer.
And the Rangers hoping to get it to their closer tonight, Feliz, who's been fantastic all year. Poke to the crowd, 2-2. Yeah, the Angels coming into that one tonight had lost 4 straight, got swept in that 4-game series in Chicago. They're trying to grab an extra inning win in Oakland tonight to get to 5 games over 500. Just to put that in perspective, the Rangers right now are 15 games over 500. Again, Tejada reaching for that one. Been a lot of comebacks in baseball the last few days. Colorado's been the king of that. They did it again tonight. Scored 5 in the 7th to win. The Phillies scored 6 in the 9th tonight to tie, then won it with 2 in the 10th. That over Cincinnati. Well, we are seeing the exact same thing happen here in the last several pitches. O'Day with that sidearm drop down gets it towards the outside corner. Tejada lunges across the plate and fouls it to the second deck. A 7th pitch of this at bat is due to the one-time AL MVP. And Tejada is brushed by that pitch. And it's tough not to go all deja vu right now. 8th inning yesterday. 2 strikes on a batter. No balls. But an HBP. And according to the stats that I have, Tom, the Rangers coming into this series only 3 times all year it hit a batter on an 0-2 count. They've now done it 3 times the last 2 nights. And Markakis comes up there as the go-ahead man. Right there, strike 1. Leading the league in doubles is Markakis with that one that he had in the 4th inning tonight. Pretty good cut. And he's now down 0-2.
Hey, the uppercut swing at that pitch, trying to lift one to right field. I'd like to see him ground one to second base like he did last time up, get a double play. That's what we're looking for right here.
Tejada actually hit on a 2-2 pitch. Correct that. But again, 2 strikes when the hit batsman occurred. That one in on Markakis.
Well, that was a good pitch too. If he'd hit that ball on the solid part of the bat, it would have might have been a blooper that landed halfway to the pitcher's mound. Just had to hit him about 6 inches above his hands.
Again, O'Day has reached 2 strikes on a hitter, trying to polish off Markakis. Not yet. Just kept riding in.
Yeah, that's when you're throwing that pitch and you're trying to get him to swing at it and get jammed. It was a little bit off the plate. Fans thought it might be a strike, but it was definitely inside.
Ooh, another one that came close to hitting an Oriole.
Almost loaded the bases right there. I don't know how he got out of the way of that pitch. That ball was right at his leg, and somehow he got out of the way of it. What is it with these hit by pitches?
It's crazy. 8th inning from a bullpen that, of course, all year has been so good. And against a Baltimore team that hardly ever rallies this year. Golf towards center, and Hamilton will line it up.
Try to go to third.
No, Patterson knows better. Whoa, throw all the way through to Michael Young.
Nope. Came back. He battled him and came back and got him. He jammed him and popped him up to center field. That's a huge out right there.
Now you get one on the ground, you're maybe out of the inning.
It's a good pitch. He threw him the same pitch, the one he tried to kind of cut in on his fists. And this one got the corner pretty much right where he wanted it. Really dodged one when Markakis was able to dodge that fastball and get out of the way of it.
Yep, otherwise it's bases loaded, nobody out. Who'd the Rangers just play? Oh, the White Sox with Carlos Quentin. Just stand there and take him.
Yeah, that would have hit Carlos Quentin if he was a left-hand hitter for sure.
First one is strike one to Wigginton. Cleanup batter for the Orioles. And headed to the All-Star game. 4-2 Rangers. They've had plenty of opportunities tonight to have more than 4. And hoping that for now that's enough. I guess tonight's best example of wanting more and expecting more and not getting a tag would be in the 6th when Murphy walked and stole second. And the pop out by Andrews with 1 out.
Yeah, that's a good chance. You got the infield in right there. It's a great chance to pick up an extra run, but Albers made a nice pitch and jammed him.
And this Baltimore bullpen deserves some credit for the 2nd straight night. 4 scoreless innings of relief from Baltimore.
And they've been throwing the ball well, too. It just hasn't been that the Rangers have taken bad swings or they're not hitting. The Oriole relievers have come in and thrown the ball really well.
O'Day missing, and Adam Jones waits on deck. That Angels-A's game has gone to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Angels now up 6-5. Swinging. Michael Young's got it.
Wow.
5-4-3 double play.
What a play. That's some kind of play right there. That ball should have gone into left field the way it was hit.
Or taken the glove off the hand of Michael Young.
Wow.
But he stuck with it and he turned it, and this thing stays 4-2 Rangers. Tonight's TXA 21 North Texas Honda Dealer of the Game is John Eagle Honda of Dallas. Visit John Eagle Honda on Lemon in Dallas or log on to eaglehonda.com. It's possible the Orioles could have 3 pitchers go 3 innings each tonight if there is a bottom of the 9th, but the Rangers are hoping there is no such animal. Koji Uehara is on for his 2nd inning of work and is ahead of Nelson Cruz 0-2. If there is to be no bottom of the 9th, that means there very likely will be a save for Neftali Feliz. He is loose and ready. And a ground ball to third. Tell you what, whoa, if that ball gets away at first base, the Rangers catch a break. Miguel Tejadas throws sailing on him.
Yeah, he's got a very accurate arm. Very seldom does he make a throw like that. And Rangers do catch a break, get the leadoff hitter on as they try to add to their lead.
They've got Will Ullman in the bullpen, and with Murphy coming up, Juan Samuel's going to head out and maybe make that move.
And Murphy and Davis back-to-back lefties.
Well, a play that was just made a couple minutes ago by Michael Young at third base is a huge difference maker in this game. The double play turned, keeping it 4-2, and now the Rangers trying to add to that lead. They'll be trying to do it against Will Ullman in just a moment. We're back to tell you about him after this. Four to 2 and looking for more with David Murphy coming up. And Will Ullman will take over on the mound here. That's the perfect last name for a team that's 28 games out. Oh, man. It's pronounced Ullman. And he actually began this year with 25 straight scoreless outings, which is pretty unbelievable. I think the thing that jumps out at you, Tom, he's been in 42 games, doesn't have a win or a loss.
Yeah, he's, I guess, the epitome of a left-handed specialist.
Mike Flanagan did that once for the Orioles. Now a broadcaster for the Baltimoreans. The game's gone final. The Angels over the A's 6-5 in 10.
42 games, 25 innings.
Flanagan had 35 innings in those 42 appearances when he too did not have the win or the loss. That's doing a lot of work and getting, no real footprints left. No decisions in 42 games. Outside to Murphy, goes to 2-1. Another lefty on deck, Chris Davis. And again, if you've been out today or just getting back and wondering, wait a minute, Chris Davis. Yep, he's here because Justin Smoke got traded today, part of the package to land Cliff Lee. Rangers reeling in the big fish today. Smoke and 3 minor leaguers for Lee and Mark Lowe. Lee is expected to start for the Rangers tomorrow night wearing number 33. And the Rangers brought in Todd Stottlemyre in '98 near the trade deadline. There was excitement. But I can't imagine it was like the fever that was around here today when the news came that Cliff Lee is on the way.
No, Todd Stottlemyre was a real good addition to the team. He was a real competitor, and he really helped. But he wasn't one of the 5 or 6 best pitchers in baseball. I think when you get Cliff Lee, you get not only a legitimate #1 starter, but a top-of-the-line, top 10 #1 starter.
Bringing in a Cy Young winner. That doesn't happen around here often. Murphy, great at bat. Rolling to right field. Cruz thunders to third. He'll be held on a double for David Murphy. And now, with second and third and nobody out, in this recent history of the Rangers being unable to add the leads, you're figuring this is it.
He throws the breaking ball, and that's a fateful pitch, lefty to lefty, when you leave your breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. You seem, as a left-hand pitcher, to get a left-hand hitter to bail a little bit. Sometimes, not all the time. And if you get the breaking ball away, it's tough to reach it. But when you leave it on the inside part of the plate, you're throwing it right to their strength. And David took advantage of that. Ripped it down the right field line. Infield in now, second and third, nobody out. A chance for Chris to make some contact and pick up a run right here.
Rangers now out hitting Baltimore 9-8. And Davis makes the contact. Cruz is set to tag. Rangers haven't scored since the third, but here comes Nelly, and it's 5-2.
Well, the Rangers have had a lot of opportunities to do just that. Get a fly ball with a man on third base and less than 2 outs, and haven't been able to do it. So Chris, in his second at-bat back against a left-handed specialist, gets the job done.
A day that started in Round Rock today for Chris ends here in Arlington with an RBI sac fly. Well, he came on to face the lefties, did Will Oman, and he gave up a double and a run-producing sacrifice fly. And another pitching change to be made. Frank Mata will come on. 5-2 Rangers. Friday Night Baseball. They stay 5.5 up on the Angels, who have won. It's a 5-2 lead for Texas now. And more changes being made. Frank Mata will come into the ball game now for Baltimore and pitch. Elvis Andrus to face Mata. He spent 7 years in the Twins organization. Never got past Double-A, but he's ascended to here to be a part of what the Orioles are trying to do in 2010. Native Venezuelan to face fellow Venezuelan Elvis Andrus, top of the order. Rangers have a 3-run homer from Vlad Guerrero tonight, and that is quite literally the difference in the game. Chance for Scott Feldman to win tonight, to go to 6-8. Brian Mattis would fall to 3-10. The Orioles would have 2 10-game losers at the All-Star break. The run that scored, that was Cruz. He reached on an error to open the inning. Miguel Tejada letting the ball sail on him. Now the Orioles, having used 3 pitchers in this inning and trying to keep it at 5-2. If it gets to 6-2, it's not a save situation for Feliz anymore. Chopper. Wigington will fumble this one. First and third, the second error of the inning.
You could see him battling to try to decide whether to stay back or to charge it. And he got... He stayed back, and the ball took a little hop and kind of hit him in the chest.
Well, and the Orioles now having made 19 errors in their last 19 games. 2 sloppy ones here as the Rangers try to pull away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Michael Young has already been on base twice. Will be followed by Kinsler and Guerrero. This 2-3-4 part of the order. Tag's been doing a pretty nice job tonight. Strike one from Mata. Again, the game tomorrow will be a little bit after the scheduled 7:05 start time, because the Rangers will be taking time to honor Michael Young for what he got accomplished in Miami last month, becoming the Rangers' all-time hit leader. Elvis goes from first. No throw from Tatum.
That would qualify as a pretty good jump.
That's a great jump, and the 23rd steal this year for Elvis.
Good opportunity for Michael to pick up a couple right here. You got the infield in.
Now they'll just go ahead and put him on now. Take their chances if they can get Kinsler to hit into a double play.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much, if you're the Orioles, what you're saying right here. Michael's a 300 hitter. Ian's a 300 hitter. It's not really that you'd rather face one or the other. If the roles were reversed and Ian was hitting right now and Michael was next, they'd still do it, just to try to set up a bases loaded situation where you could get a ground ball and get a double play.
What favors the Rangers, I guess, is that Kinsler has just been such a hot hitter of late. He is 19 for his last 41. That's pretty close to 500. That Tejada throwing error opened all this up. Murphy doubled after the error. He's on. Andrus reached on an error. And now Michael Young, having been intentionally walked. And we'll see if Kinsler can reward this loyal crowd for hanging in there. A lot of these fans have been here, Tom, since 5 or 5:30 when the gates opened.
They're trying to hang in there and stay for fireworks if they can.
If the Rangers do pull away, it would be Pedro Strop coming in instead of Feliz. He's just gotten up to throw. If the Orioles get their wish, believe it or not, they're going to face Feliz, because that will mean that Kinsler will have hit into a double play. Save situation, you go get Feliz. That's not a double play. That's a fly ball lifted near the chalk line and left. Fox has got it. Murphy's tagging. And it is no longer a save situation. The Rangers lead by 4. 2 sac flies in the inning and 2 errors in the inning.
Yeah, good job by David Murphy, too, getting a double against the left-handed pitcher. Really the only hit of the inning for the Rangers, but it was a big one. Set the whole inning up.
Now, if all goes well, the Rangers tomorrow, it'll be a really special night at the ballpark, honoring Michael Young, welcoming Cliff Lee, and doing so with a 5.5 game lead in the AL West. Vladdy already with a 3-run homer tonight will drive this one to left center and just miss another one. The Rangers do get 2 in the bottom of the 8th. 3 outs to go in the rain in Arlington. And they will take this one against Baltimore tonight. Special pregame ceremony honoring Michael Young as the club's all-time hits leader. First 20,000 fans get a Coca-Cola and Walgreens Michael Young cap. TexasRangers.com or 972 Rangers. 2 ways to get your tickets. Now, we had surmised that Neftali Feliz would not pitch if it got to 6-2, where it would not be a save situation. But I guess Ron Washington figuring, hey, as long as he's up, as long as he's ready.
I think what it was, Josh, is if it was a big inning where the Rangers scored 4 or 5 runs and had a 5 or 6 run lead, then I think he might have gone with Strop. But 4-run game, a game you really need to win, I don't think he's going to take a chance. He's going to go with his closer right here. I think he had Strop up in case it turned into a real big inning. But this is still a close game. Not a safe situation, but a close game.
Adam Jones immediately singles into right center. And you wonder sometimes when you hear it told that closers who thrive on adrenaline, that sometimes when they're in there trying to protect a 4-run or a 5-run lead, just doesn't have that same feel for them. And sometimes they'll ease up on the throttle a bit. Not that they mean to, but it's just not that pressure-packed feeling that they're used to. fouled back by Fox, the former Oakland A. Ground ball past Feliz. Kinsler. Whoa, the quick toss. Nicely done.
That's a little risky right there in a 4-run game, but Ian did it confidently.
Look, he had him all the way. It's a speedy runner in Jones. And yeah, you do run the risk. If you don't get him, or if Elvis is surprised and drops it, you got 2 on, nobody out.
It's nice to get the lead runner. You keep the double play in order, but in a 4-run game, the safe play is to go to first, but when you've got the confidence you can make that kind of play, you know your double play partner, no problem.
Tatum, not close. In a right and a base hit. So now it should feel a little bit more like a save situation for Neftali Feliz. Tying man will move on deck. And just like we gave the Orioles credit yesterday, Tom, we got to re-rack it and do it again tonight or early this morning or whatever we're calling this thing. They're not just laying down here. They're 26-59. And their back thirds of the ball games, these first couple games of the series, have been strong. There's Torres on deck. Right now, Scott Moore, who jacked a home run out of here yesterday. If the Rangers do hang on and take it, Scott Feldman gets the win. A well-deserved 6th win of the year.
Yeah, that was a good game for Scott. 7 innings, couple of runs. Thought it was as good a sinker-cutter combination as he's had in 8 or 9 starts. Good command of his pitches. I think he threw less curveballs today. Threw a few more toward the end with some pretty good success, but got back to his sinker and had pretty good success with it tonight. Didn't walk a batter.
And what could have been another scary 8th inning. Well, Darren O'Day buckled down, and boy, he had some help from Michael Young, turning that double play.
Yeah, he got a couple of breaks. He threw that pitch way into Markakis with nobody out. Markakis got out of the way of it and then made an out. Otherwise, it was bases loaded and nobody out. And then Michael Young made a beautiful play on a ball that could easily have gone into left field.
Again, they'll honor Michael before the game tomorrow night. And then once the game starts, Cliff Lee will throw that first pitch, and he'll do it as a Texas Ranger. Fouled away by Moore. Infield hangs a double play depth. That one, just a little bit outside. Jerry Meals, the home plate umpire, rung up Vlad Guerrero on a pitch kind of like that to end the game against the Cubs in this ballpark a couple months ago. But he did not give that call to Neftali Feliz. 3-2 pitch. Wow, he walked him. As Torres looks like he's going to be called back. We'll get somebody with some power up there instead. And Mike Maddox will head to the mound to talk to Neftali Feliz.
Well, they've got a couple extra men left, Julio Lugo and Josh Bell. This would be Josh Bell, my guess is.
I think you're right.
25. Bell's a switch hitter, and he is the tying run now.
Bell coming over in the George Sherrill trade last July from the Dodgers. He was having a pretty decent year in AAA this year. He had 24 doubles down there before he got called up. That was leading all of minor league baseball at the time.
Right when you thought it was going to be an easy win, when the Rangers tacked on those 200 runs in the 8th inning, all of a sudden it's gotten tough again.
Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors, a wise man once said. Sometimes you gotta have a little rocky chop. It builds character.
You know what? I've never bought those kind of phrases.
You
have to know adversity and you have to know pain. Why? Why do you have to know that?
Well, sometimes you just can't help it. Sometimes the Orioles load the bases.
So you know you're going to feel it and have it along the way. So in order to kind of make it work, they come up with those kind of phrases to make you feel like it's okay.
You would have preferred a 1-2-3 ninth inning.
Yeah. I would have felt a lot better.
Yeah, but now your blood's pumping now.
I would have felt like a skilled sailor if we got him 1-2-3.
Your boat would have been in port by now. You
would have no problem.
Be home in your bed. But this is what we're dealing with. And Josh Bell unable to catch up to that. Starting to rain a little harder now. Double play ends the game. A home run ties the game. And Feliz will need at least an 18th pitch. And what was supposed to be a smooth enough 9th inning, up 6-2. Into the crowd it goes. I'm sure Scott Feldman, a very interested observer right now. It's his game to officially win. And even though this is not technically a save situation, it's feeling like it now because the tying man's at the plate. You can see Feliz getting a bit frustrated now. Patterson's on deck. Leadoff man with some pop.
Oh, he's getting frustrated right now. He's right there.
The 3-2. He got him. Out number 2. Looked like Feliz just said, all right, no more messing around with this guy.
Ball came in a little bit inside, but tough pitch to lay off of. Patterson last night hit a low fastball for a big hit to left center field. Appears to be the kind of guy you want to get his belt higher, a little bit above. Looks like a low ball hitter.
These wet, tired fans hanging right in there at 12:35 a.m. Patterson strokes it foul. Boy, he got around on that, and it gave you pause, but it's just 0-1.
Yeah, he got that ball in on him, jammed him a little bit. He was definitely looking first fastball he could get. Trying to throw it down and away, he gets it up and in. And luckily it went way foul. That ball missed the target by a significant ways. Dropped his elbow on that, and the breaking ball just kind of flattened out.
No action in the Ranger bullpen. It's sink or swim here for Neftali Feliz. A 2.5-hour rain delay and more than a 3-hour game. On a day of good news and high drama. Trying to stay 5.5 up on the second place Angels. Leaning out of the way is Patterson. The always dangerous Miguel Tejada looms on deck. '25th pitch of the inning for Feliz is coming up.
I vote that this is the last pitch. Guess not.
I'm sorry to inform you, sir, it's not happening. And Molina now with a quick conference. Patterson, remember, 3 for 4 tonight. And had a big hit late in the game yesterday. Bases loaded. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the rain in Arlington. In the air right field. This ball's got a shot. Patterson hits it out. We're tied 6-6.
Threw him a changeup.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you might be a tick behind a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. But then you throw an 89-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch, and you're right in his wheelhouse.
Well, we mentioned sometimes closers, when it's not actually something to close, it just doesn't happen the right way. And it didn't. Only the 3rd home run allowed all year by Feliz, his first since the middle of April.
And he threw him an 89-mile-an-hour, must have been a changeup, right down the middle of the plate. And so if you're a tick late on a fastball, that gets you right on that pitch. It really couldn't have thrown him a better pitch to hit.
A stunned crowd here sits soggy and upset. And the Rangers will go to the bullpen now in what has become a 6-6 game. And we'll tell you about that new Ranger pitcher in just a moment. We will come back right after this. Rangers will have to bat in the bottom of the ninth. The good news on that front is they'll lead it off with Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, the Ranger bullpen's a little tired too. Frankie had pitched 3 straight days, 7 out of 10. Ogando's pitched frequently. Those 2 guys and Darren Oliver had not been available. You think back to the last inning, the Rangers had 2 in, and you said, that's very comfortable. And Vladdy hit that ball, looked like it was going to be in the gap with a couple of men on. Adam Jones ran it down and said, that's okay. You still have a 4-run lead, but this goes to show you, whenever you get a chance to pick up some runs, you never know when you're going to need them.
Yep, you got to hoard them like your squirrels. Tejada will bang one into right, and these Orioles, who came in 25-59 on the lowest rung in Major League Baseball, they rallied for a win yesterday, and they're trying to do that again tonight. And how about the comeback series for Corey Patterson, Tommy? He struck out the first 3 times up in this series. And since then, he's gone 5 for 6. Just hit the grand slam.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you make mistakes to big league hitters, and it doesn't matter what they've done before, they can hurt you.
Markakis took a big cut, but Strop threw it by him. Oh, you'd love to see it stay right here at 6-6 and let Josh Hamilton take one swing and start the fireworks show just like that. That is fair. That hit the chalk line. Murphy's got to go get it. Tejada goes to third, and Gary Allenson, the third base coach, will hold him. Mike Maddox will spring out to talk to Strop, and all of a sudden, the Orioles have batted around. Ty Wigginton, their all-star, their cleanup man, is going to come up with a chance to give Baltimore a very unlikely lead.
And that's how Markakis hits. He uses the whole field. Fans are yelling that that was a foul ball, but that definitely hit the chalk.
.28 doubles, that leads the league. The Orioles, of course, last few years have had Brian Roberts in their lineup, and perennially he's among the league leaders in doubles. All right, so now, with first base open, Ty Wigginton to the plate, 9th man to bat. There have been 5 Oriole hits in this inning, the last 3 with 2 out. And these fans still, I'm sure, thinking back, they're expecting, or were expecting, Feliz to just throw some gas right by Patterson. 97-98, 2 strikes on him, try to end this thing.
I think he would have if he threw it a little bit above the belt or down and away where he was trying to throw it. But he just made a mistake with that off-speed pitch. It didn't have enough off it to be an off-speed pitch at 89 miles an hour.
Outside, and a little bit of pressure now on Benji Molina. If there's anything too far outside or too much in the dirt, you got to make sure that you keep it in front. Otherwise, Tejada comes on in, and it's 7-6. Boy, if you're a Ranger fan, your emotions have been flat out toyed with the last few days.
Well, the Rangers against the Orioles with leads of 4 runs in each game, you expect to win those games.
2 different 4-run leads tonight. 4-0 and 6-2. And now Pedro Strop has gone and loaded the bases. The Rangers will get some more action in the bullpen, it would appear. And Tom, you're right. I mean, all of a sudden, that's the bullpen that's dragging a little bit.
Well, it's obvious that Frankie's not available, Ogando's not available, and Oliver's not available. And so that leaves right now you've got Mathis and Nippert out there.
Jones started all this with a first pitch single to right center. And now bats with the bases loaded. The Orioles have gotten their closer up. The likelihood of that at the start of this inning was not real high. Strop quickly ahead 0-2. And the question is, what will he try to finish him off with? He's showed him two completely different pitches now.
Well, this one wouldn't be a bad one to throw again because he could take it for a ball, but he's definitely not going to hit it anywhere. And you've got an 0-2 count.
Slowly hit. Elvis Andrus has got to charge it. Gets it across in time. The Rangers will have a chance to win it now in walk-off style. Josh Hamilton will come up. It is a 6-6 tie. Bottom of the ninth, straight ahead. Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. By Standard Insurance, call 1-800-929-2424. And by AT&T. See what's new from AT&T. Visit att.com for details. Ranger fans and their emotions have been yo-yoing for these last several days. Been some bizarre things happening in this ballpark. And off the field today, a wonderful thing with the acquisition of Cliff Lee. But yesterday, the Rangers blew a game late against the Orioles, and that did not sit well. The Rangers tonight need to break a 6-6 tie to make sure that they're not going to say that same old thing just happened. They were up 6-2 in the top of the ninth, and with 2 outs and 2 strikes on Corey Patterson. Patterson hit a grand slam off Neftali Feliz. So Jason Birkin comes on, and he'll try to keep this thing 6-6. Julio Lugo is in to play short. And what the Orioles have to do here now is pitch to Josh Hamilton. And Hambone 2 for 4. The Orioles this year, Tom, 0-51 when trailing after 8. They've at least managed to tie the game tonight. Hamilton, base hit! And he might try for second here. He's thinking about it. Now he'll jam on the brakes.
Different right fielder, maybe, but
yep.
Markakis throws well, fields well.
And he got there quick enough. Didn't slip in the rain. Third straight single tonight for Hamilton, who is going to take over the league lead in batting average with that swing.
Bunt situation right here for Molina. I don't think he can risk swinging away right here. Risk the double play.
Yeah, Benji's hit into 2 of those already tonight. His last 2 at bats, matter of fact. Tejada's in on the grass at third. It's slippery, wet grass right now, so it's possible if you drop one down, maybe it's not just a sacrifice. Maybe the circus music starts. I beg your pardon, 1 double play for Molina tonight. Thinking about the one he hit last night.
Had a sacrifice bunt last night's game, and this is a definite sacrifice situation.
He squares and he pops it up. Hamilton's got to scramble back. He couldn't get it done. Well, Birkin's been a tough customer this year. But you're still looking for a veteran, a 13-year big league veteran, to get this bunt at least down on the ground.
And that's a hard ball to bunt, a high fastball. It's the best pitch in a bunt situation that a pitcher can throw. It's easy to make contact with it, but it can be hard to get it on the ground, and pretty easy to do that. Pop it up. Josh has stolen a big base today. 7th inning. Close game, stole second. Be a big stolen base if you can get one right here.
Tatum smothers it. The Orioles, remember, have lost 2 players to injury tonight, making this comeback all the more unlikely. They've lost Matt Wieters to a hamstring strain. Felix Piet left the game as well.
And Tatum had a hit off Felice last inning, a second hit, put 2 men on.
And the Orioles left the bases loaded in the 9th inning, even after hitting a grand slam. Cruz, of course, a home run threat. He's got 11 home runs this year. Another throw to first, and they got to be careful that they don't just throw one into right field here. Not that the Rangers and their fans would mind. It's close to 1 in the morning. Last 2 Friday night home games. Long rain delays to start. Last week the White Sox rallied, won 5-3. The Orioles have rallied to tie tonight. You know, one thing that we haven't mentioned, Tom, and it didn't seem like that big a deal at the time. The Rangers scoring the 2 runs in the 8th. And Vlad Guerrero hit one to the warning track in left center. If that ball somehow just takes off a little bit more, then none of this is really happening right now. But the Rangers left a couple that inning. They've left 10 for the night. It's the night after leaving 11 on base against the O's. Up near third, it's foul. Well, if you're going to play this late, play this long, this is the 4th of July week. A lot of folks are kind of on vacay anyway this week, and it's a weekend now. You're probably planning on staying up late somehow at some point this weekend. Thanks for making it tonight. Banged over to third. Tejada's got it. There's one. And they could not get the second one. Josh Hamilton went ramming in there at second base to break up a potential double play. David Murphy, who's been on base the last 3 times tonight, will get his opportunity now to be the hero.
He's getting out of the way at second base. I don't blame him with 240 pounds barreling in on you. But that's the only reason that wasn't a double play.
Outfield pretty much straight up, maybe a step back for Murphy. And Wigginton holding on Cruz at first. And boy, if you turned away when the Rangers took that 6-2 lead and went and watched something else, what you missed was a Corey Patterson 2-out, 2-strike grand slam off Neftali Feliz in the top of the 9th inning. And then the Orioles reloaded the bases, but did not score again. Both these bullpens kind of tattered and torn right now. In the dirt, Nelson Cruz to second base, meaning a base hit to the outfield by Murphy wins it now. And that will re-energize the crowd. Rangers, by the way, do not have a walk-off home run this year. Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, will head out there and discuss the possibility of 1:30 a.m. fireworks. Ryan Mattis is off the hook for Baltimore now, Tom. He obviously won't get that 10th loss tonight. And unfortunately, Scott Feldman, who pitched well enough to win, will not get that 6th win.
Write him a letter. They had David with a chance right here. Got a 2-1 count, first base open. If he doesn't do it but gets on base, then Chris will have a shot.
Lobbed in for a strike, 2-2.
I don't know about that one. Near the outside corner. Check it out.
Cruz racing back. That would have been a very poor way to end the 9th inning. Murphy, who doesn't get to play every day. A chance to end this thing right here. He'll take outside. Chris Davis would be next. Hamilton started the inning with a single, made sure it continued with a hard takeout slide on that ball hit by Nelson Cruz. Lined into the seats. And catcher's interference. He drew another one. That's the 4th of the year taken by David Murphy. The crowd's not even aware of it yet. But Murphy will set a Ranger record. That's the 4th time this year he has reached on catcher's interference. And it does give Chris Davis a chance to win it now.
Yeah, it really doesn't give the Rangers any real advantage right there. You got David Murphy up there who's swinging a good bat to begin with, coming off a couple of walks and a double. And so now you just change hitters and give Chris a chance to do it.
This would be something if Chris Davis gets this done. He was supposed to be playing for Oklahoma City tonight. He is here because Cliff Lee is on his way here. Justin Smoke dealt, well, yesterday now. Those are the two biggest names in that 6-player deal. Cliff Lee starts tomorrow night / tonight, whatever you want to call it. He'll do it as a Ranger. Davis was tearing up AAA, hitting in the 350s. He does have an RBI tonight in his Ranger return, a sac fly. Tried to wait on it, but he fouls it. It's 2-1. Taken outside corner, says Jerry Meals. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out.
Yeah, that looked like a good pitch. Caught the corner. Trying to go with off-speed pitches and catch that outside corner with him.
A fly ball through the raindrops to left. Who'd have thought it, but this game is going to extra innings. After a 2.5-hour rain delay off the top and some late inning drama, we got the 10th inning coming up. Top of the 9th off Neftali Feliz, and another comeback for the Birds. Yesterday they rallied all the way for a win, and in this one there was rain delayed off the top. We now will see a 10th inning. Justin Nippert will pitch that 10th inning, and that opponent's batting average obviously unwieldy right now at .307. And among the hits he's allowed, 5 home runs. He's going to be facing a home run hitter off the top here, Jake Fox.
Yeah, I think the number that Dustin really has to improve is the walks. 29 walks in 40 innings.
Well, you feel bad for so many different people tonight, but certainly the Ranger fans that were hanging around thinking, all right, well, I know it's past midnight, but at least we get to see the fireworks. And now they're going to have to wait some more. And a lot of these fans, can't say that you blame them. They hung in there through 9, but now that it is 1:07 in the morning. And it's time to head on out. We appreciate you still watching. And invite you right on back. It'll be on Fox Sports Southwest. I'm going to keep saying tomorrow night. I know technically it's after midnight, but Cliff Lee will make his Ranger debut. And you know what? That's a good guy to have going, because you want somebody to go 8 innings at least tomorrow.
I'd like to see it.
Lee has gone either 8 or 9 in his last 5 starts. Walking 6 for the year, striking out 89. Those are the numbers that you still you try to get your arms around that, and it's tough to do it. Even when Greg Maddux had those incredible seasons where he was walking 12 to 18 batters a year, he wasn't striking out a huge amount. It was fun to watch that kind of pile up as the season went on. Obviously, the Rangers have a guy that can tell all the really good Greg Maddux stories. Who knows him better than his brother? And the story goes that a lot of the control that Greg Maddux harnessed, that's all the time spent with Mike, the two of them playing in the backyard for so much. They had something called lawn chair wiffle ball, Tom, where in order to move on in that game, you had to hit the wiffle ball right on the very specific part of the lawn chair, that little crisscross pattern on lawn chairs. You'd pick a spot, you got to hit it with the wiffle ball. Jake Fox will drill that one. Murphy turns, and look at that. It's a home run for Fox, who wasn't even in the game to start tonight. The Orioles, with 4 in the 9th and 1 in the 10th, now lead 7-6.
Fox definitely takes a big swing up there. First swing of that at bat, he was going for it. And again, you check where this one is and look at the center of the plate. You'll pretty much see where the location of that pitch was. Pitch to Patterson was right there. That pitch to Fox was right there.
And now Tatum, another guy who wasn't in the game to begin, will shoot one in a right. Cruz is on it quickly enough, gets it back in. Well, and obviously this is disturbing. Ty Wigginton hit into that double play, a hot shot to end the 8th. And you figured, all right, you can exhale. That's out of the way. But then the Orioles with 5 hits last inning and 2 already here in the 10th. They're 7 for their last 10 at bats.
And the All-Star break is going to come at the right time for the bullpen, trying to catch their second wind.
Young way in on the grass, thinking bunt from Moore. And it's foul. Boy, again, the ups and downs just of this day are incredible. It began with the hangover effect of that really bad loss last night. And then the news comes in that Cliff Lee is on his way here, and everybody's just ecstatic. You got a 6-2 lead on the Orioles in the 9th. You're still real happy, even though it rained and rained. Nippert will gobble up the bunt. And a sac bunt for Scott Moore. Anyway, the Rangers, the players, the fans, you're thinking, life's pretty good. Cliff Lee coming in, 6-2 in the 9th. Forget about yesterday. But here it is again, and worse. And the one difference being today, the Angels won their game. Yesterday, at least that blow was softened because the Angels had lost to Chicago.
What Dustin has to do is he has to cut the damage right here, leave it a one-run game. Rangers will have the top of the order hitting in the bottom of the 10th, and maybe they can return the favor of the comeback. But you got to get the Orioles right here without giving them a bigger lead. Make some good pitches.
Well, the Orioles can go to their 7th pitcher of the night, their closer Alfredo Simon, in the bottom of the 10th. The Rangers will have the top of the order up. If they can't come back, though, it'll be pretty striking. The Rangers have been so good at home this year, and the Orioles, until this series, had not won on the road all year when trailing after 7. And they could do it 2 nights in a row now. Lugo slugs it back into the crowd. It's impressive there is still a crowd here. Again, there are fans that have been here since 5 o'clock when it was pouring down rain. The game was delayed until about 9:35 tonight. You could end up with a 2.5-hour rain delay and a 4-hour game. Davis with a leap, and he's got it. Second out of the inning. And as you've been saying, Tom, if you keep it to 7-6, you give yourself that opportunity. Andrews, Young, and Kinsler coming up to set up Guerrero. All right, now here's Patterson. What does this guy do for an encore?
Take an intentional walk.
Yep, you're right. Not much of an encore, to be honest with you. But it's a smart move for the Rangers.
Yeah, he's swinging a hot bat right now. He went up there in the 9th inning. He had a look of confidence the way he was up there. Swung at the first pitch, pulled it foul. And he got a pitch that he could handle, and he did the rest. And it's one thing to say, well, it was a bad pitch. It was right down the middle. But still, he's up there with a 4-run deficit with the bases loaded. It was a bad pitch, but he hit it.
Well, the Angels won their game in 10. The Rangers could still do that. They'll have to rally to make it so against Simone.
Well, it's not Mariano Rivera that's coming into the game, so they've got a good offensive team. Certainly something they can accomplish.
Tejada was hit by a pitch in the 8th. Singled in the 9th. Otherwise, before that, he was 0 for 3. The Rangers have stranded a dozen tonight. Leadoff man on in the 9th, in the 6th, in the 5th. Just counting backwards here. The innings that they got the leadoff man on and didn't score. Second inning as well. That one hummed in there for a strike. Boy, 15 Baltimore hits tonight. This is a team that has struggled offensively all year. Slowly hit up near third. Michael Young waiting. And gets Tejada, and now the Rangers have their shot. They need 1 to tie and 2 to win when we come back on TXA 21. Around, hoping this one ends with a victory. It's 7-6 Baltimore as we go now, wow, to the bottom of the 10th, as the Orioles have put 4 on the board in the 9th, 1 in the 10th to force all this. Elvis Andrus will lead it off, and tag it's going to be Alfredo Simon.
He came in and saved last night's game, got his 11th save. Big, strong guy with a good fastball. 11 out of 13 in save opportunities.
Now, the Rangers got to test drive him a bit yesterday. Little dress rehearsal for tonight. Kinsler got a chance to face him and fly it out to left. I'm glad he reached on an error. Hopefully those guys will have a shot to do something here. It would help if somebody was on base. Juan Samuel, the interim manager. But boy, this would be a resume-building win, this one tonight, if the Orioles do get it. But you saw that stat. Baltimore has blown 13 saves, 2 of them by Simon. That's a rifle shot outside to begin the bottom of the 10th inning.
Elvis is due for a hit. He's 0 for 5 in the game. He had that pop-up with a man on third and 1 out. Did get on an error in the 8th inning. Looking to start a rally, though, here in the 9th. Simon has walked 13 in 23 innings, so his control has not been impeccable. Leadoff walk with a guy who can run would be a nice way to start the 10th.
Hey, as long as you're here at 1:20 in the morning, you know, I mean, let's see if the Rangers can pull this thing out. That's a strike, 2-1. With the Angels winning tonight, they've got a chance to get back to within 4.5. Elvis checking his swing. Michael Young, who will be honored tomorrow night. He's been on base 3 times this evening. Elvis thought he might have had it, but not yet. 3-2.
Well, he's taken all the way there at 3-1 to make him throw 2 straight strikes. That looked like a strike.
Wow.
Barely, but it was a strike.
Right on that northeast corner. 3-2 pitch. We will do it again.
Now he's going to have to throw 3 straight strikes.
7 Baltimore pitchers, 5 Texas pitchers. 25 hits in the game, 22 men left on base in the game. All after the 2.5-hour rain delay. Cracked into center field, but there is Adam Jones. Oh for 6 for Elvis tonight. Fox Sports Southwest has the game tomorrow and the ceremony regarding Michael Young. And of course, there'll be a lot of pomp and circumstance for what's going to be happening on the mound. Cliff Lee, who has pitched wonderfully against the Rangers twice this year. This time he'll be pitching for the Rangers. Another chance for Jones. And now it's up to Kinsler. And boy, this one's got a shot now, Tom, of very quickly erasing last night as the worst loss of the year. That title will have only been worn for one day. Give Corey Patterson some credit. Like you said, he went up there with a bit of a swagger, swinging that bat like he meant it. And with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the top of the 9th, he pegged that grand slam to the upper deck off Feliz. On the corner, strike 1. I don't think Kinsler thought it had the corner. Now it's 0-2.
Good hard breaking ball from Simone. He's got a good fastball. Good breaking ball to go along with it. He's throwing the ball pretty well right now.
Vlad Guerrero hoping for a shot. He's on deck, and if he bats, he would be the winning run. As we head towards 1:30 in the morning. Orioles 7, Rangers 6. On the ground, Lugo backing up. Will fire high. Kinsler is tagged, and that's the ball game. A most unlikely win for Baltimore for the 2nd straight night. With 4 in the 9th and 1 in the 10th. 2 homers win it for Juan Samuel's team. Patterson and then Fox. And the Rangers lead is down to 4.5 now in the AL West. Your Standard Insurance play of the game. To set up the game winner in the 10th, you had to have something happen in the 9th, and Corey Patterson made it happen. Off Neftali Feliz in the rain.
And that's one that Neftali would like to have back. He took something off his fastball. It was 89 miles an hour. It was right down the middle of the plate. And Corey Patterson did the rest. Huge hit. And a tough one for the Rangers.
Real tough. For Tom Grieve, for Gina Miller, our entire crew, Josh Lewin saying good night and good morning from the ballpark. 7-6 in 10. Baltimore is your final. We do have a post-game show to follow. Tonight's game produced by Kurt Dykert and directed by Clay Armstrong. Associate producers Kelly Donaldson and Eric Josephson. Tomorrow night on Fox Sports Southwest, Cliff Lee's debut. Thanks for watching the Rangers on TXA 21, your home for Friday Night Baseball.